Howdy everyone there, welcome back to Rainbow Six at NECC. We're actually right in the middle of a game already. We've had some delays which you may have noticed, but I'm Treasure. I'm here with a maybe familiar face if you're used to our NECC Rocket League streams. We got Foof right over here. How's it going, Foof?
I gotta say, it's going amazing. I was lied to by Storm. This is not Carval. This is some completely different. I still will see some possible explosions, but no, I am ecstatic right now to sink my teeth into this series and kind of envelop myself into this. So, Treasure, it is great to be alongside of you. You talked about it a little bit in the pre-production meeting. We've never met in the same VC, but we have been in the same game a couple times.
Yeah, funny as it is. So, we're going into our Emergence Division. So, this is one of the mid-level divisions of the NECC competition for Rainbow Six Siege. These two teams, Fanshawe Fuel's Academy roster, currently on attack, and University of Louisville Black on the other side. Currently, Louisville, they are the favored team right now. They're up 3 rounds in our first map to the 1 on Fanshawe Fuel. As far as our scorecards go for our season so far, it's week 4, and University of Louisville Black has been really setting a blazing pace, 3-0 through the beginning. Fanshawe Fuel Academy has a little bit more to prove in this matchup.
Especially coming in when you 0-2 the first 2 weeks and are able to get a win coming off it. You've got some momentum rolling forward. It's about trying to take full advantage of it. And now the test really answers is you're going against an undefeated team who is rolling. They come off of their only loss of the entire season, but maybe you can hold that momentum. But right now, we came in like in the middle of it, 3-1. They're going to have to find something.
Yep. So right off the bat, defense getting set up with a pretty wide roam. They've got a lot of intel denial. You can see from our Mozzie and Mute. Bandit's going to be doing his standard job, making sure that attic wall as well as games walls are going to be secured off, keeping us quite a bit safer that way. And the moderately often seen on this objective Thunderbirds. So that's going to speak towards the team really wanting to back up towards the objective as we get deeper into the round.
And so is this just kind of like this prodding and feeling out process? At what point do things usually kick off here on Oregon?
Yeah, so in these first 30 seconds to a minute, our attackers are going to be getting their drones in, probably checking out directly underneath Games Room. That way they can take out those bandit batteries that we're hovering over right now. Yeah, and as you see, they're rappelling up. It's going to be a master bedroom side take, so that drone that we just saw lost has garnered some valuable intel. There's no one in master bedroom, but there is someone watching from the hallway.
Just moving forward here, trying to find any and all information, you know. It's incredibly important, but the diffuser goes down.
Yeah, that's pretty big for the offenders. They're going to be able to pick up the diffuser. Unfortunately, they've lost their hard destruction. Actually, no, this is going to be pretty detrimental to a master bedroom take. They might need to rotate even, especially now that they're fully intel'd out. Aqua looking to peek around this corner. He's got his Roni ready in hand, but maybe thinking better of it, waiting until the attackers get a little closer.
I like the idea of trying to put a little bit of a pincer here as they're timing it well. Just have to be careful when you walk at these angles. Already another one down. Diffuser back in the hands of Fanshawe, but the clock continuing to work forward. Just want to find any and all angles. That is a lot of health taken off there.
Yeah, just narrowly losing that kill. Gets that kill himself. Already doing very well on the map, so barely hanging on to this one. He's going to need those one-tap headshots with the DMR to really make him count. The bandit from below finally found out, and Ug's going to get his revenge. 99% of his health down, but he gets all of Maze's. A nice C4 across the wall from System.
That was a Kobe shot if I've ever seen one. Through the wall, called bank, and landed it perfectly. 3v2, gonna be a 3v1. Gonna need to see something miraculous. And the attackers pulling it through.
There we go, yep. The attack, Fanshawe Fuel really needing this round, especially down on that 3-1 previously. So finally finding a little bit more of a foothold on their attacking rounds. So now that we're at our final attacking round right here, Fanshawe actually has brought it back quite a bit. They've got the opportunity to look for an even half, which is exactly what you want to be looking for on a map like Oregon, where it's pretty much even with how much all these teams play.
Especially we're talking at a pre-production meeting where this is a popular map not only to play but to scrim, and so a lot of practice has been put into it, a lot of time trying to figure out the best and either most efficient or most unthought of strategies and just trying to find a way to make it work. And Fanshawe having their answer right now, trying to notch it up 2-3 the current score.
All right. Nothing too crazy that we're seeing already. Warden, I don't know for sure if we're seeing any more use of flashbangs earlier on a previous defense on basement site, but that really speaks towards a character playing a flex position, probably by pillar or large tower stairs in the back of objective, looking towards bunker, and making sure that if a Ying does get swapped to, he'll be pretty effective there. Looks like Angel has made that last minute choice to switch over to Capitao, and his smoke bolts may offer that opportunity for Maze.
So thinking about it here, we just saw a very aggressive take that worked from Fanshawe, ending up with a 3-man advantage at the very end. Do you think they'll try a similar idea, or do they need to change it up here?
Well, it looks like right off the bat from their spawns, they're coming from master bedroom side again. We have just one Falcon over here. It's going to be Kenesis looking over towards bunker. Yep. Oh, no, he's got a friend.
No.
It's Ugg once again. So it will be a bit of a split push, which makes quite a lot of sense for this objective. They are going to be using Ace as their sole hard breacher, which means that they have to pick only... Well, I guess they've got the can openers on Angel, a secondary hard breach gadget, so they can actually open more of these hatches, especially like E-Box right here to make a little bit more of a pincered angle above our split players.
Just go ahead and cracking up, trying to find any and all information, trading shots there, but they've located the bomb sites, wanting to slowly move forward, and this game is so, like, articulated. It's all about gaining information and then using it to the most opportune moment here. A peek around, making it 4-4.
Yeah, that's a great call from Iggy as soon as he dies, but the gun skill just isn't there for Maze, having to flick around 180, and Ugg has been posted up, snatching kill after kill with his DMR. The smokes might have to come out in order to stem the attack coming from bunker.
Shots falling back and forth right now, and just kind of pinned in the corner, pinging out, trying to make sure nothing comes through the smoke you were talking about earlier. It's about taking full advantage of these smokes as Aqua getting another one.
All right, Smoke's going pretty full investment there, although they're not doing a whole ton to stop the lines of sight from the defenders. He doesn't know it, but Angel hasn't really cleared up much space with his fire arrows. He did close up some...
Not a lot of time as it kicks out, and a beautiful job there of closing out the round.
All right, we come to that 4-2 half in the end. Louisville was able to get back on their feet right before the end of the half, and they secure a comfortable 4-2 lead. Nothing crazy. We're pretty used to seeing these, and it does mean that Fanshawe feels very much in the standings. They got the opportunity now to switch over to defense, a little bit more comfortable. We can see what they've got in mind for the second floor objective that we started with 2 rounds ago.
So as you kind of go back from having a very good offensive showing or a defensive showing there, what information do you take from it as we know how they attacked us? Do you kind of look at playing like a rock, paper, scissors, all right, we're going to come from a different angle, or try the same push? You know, trying to throw off the mine, choosing rock twice, perhaps.
Well, interestingly, I think a lot of the same things that we saw already are pretty default kinds of pushes that make a lot of sense. They're tried and true for a reason, and we're set up to see some pretty similar stuff from our attackers here at Louisville. Maverick has notably been banned, which means that Thatcher is available, and he has been brought. So Iggy is looking to use Thatcher for the EMPs to open up walls. This is a place right here, we're watching actually an attic, where that blowtorch that Maverick brings would actually open up these walls and make it possible to get into the attic. But otherwise, in a pinch, bringing a second hard breacher, so an ace and a thermite on the attack, along with that Thatcher, means that we're probably going to be using one of them in Thatcher to open up attic, and the other side of the team might be going towards billiards.
Again, just seeing 2 spawn off there. This, instead of Falcons, 2 Cardinals, and already one being dropped down. Maze making short work there.
Yep, no freebies for Kenesis. And that does mean that a lot of active utility is lost for the defense as well. Solus is so strong right now, being able to put on the goggles and just look through walls to find enemy gadgets, including their phones that they have to use to look for drones. It's so strong. Like right now, you could be finding the character out on the balcony and maybe even running out. But the aggressive play early from Kenesis just doesn't work out. One of those 50-50 moments.
Well, you know, it's a calculated risk, but man, I don't think the math played out in their favor. And so now it's about, again, this information gathering. And, you know, in first-person shooters, you don't think it's about finding exactly the where's, the wins, and the hows, but that is exactly what this is all about, and then making it happen. It's really smooth jazz in motion with at least 5.56.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these 2 teams are just battling to get in each other's heads right now. That drone is exactly what we'll be looking for as well. It's probably not fated for long. Oh, no kill with the C4. Quite a bit of friendly fire going back to Dillard, but he's got 3 armor. He's Kaid. He can take a little bit of it. EMP charge is going to be going out, making sure that the Kaid chambers, are going to be gone as well. And the thermite charge strikes home, so everything has been opened up for Louisville, and they've got 2 picks. They're in such a good spot.
And it's all about almost just choking out at this point as they begin to get a little bit of an advantage and just need to close it out. They've got a 4-2 lead. They just need to get this round and continue pushing forward.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Hanging downstairs for quite a while, though, and with only 2 players on site. Now that the offense knows that, it's going to put them in a little bit of a risky spot. Dillard taken out as well, so Mai has to make a full rotation back to site to try and get back to Ugg. But no, Ugg is going to be gone for the world after that shot.
Oh! Aqua, hello! That was pretty, shutting out that one and setting it all up and knocking them down. Goodness.
Establishing even more of a lead here. Louisville starting to take control as we get close to that 6-round match point. And the defense has to make a decision here. Do they go back to second floor or maybe head down to the basement, our other perennially strong objective on Oregon?
And so if you're the coach, you're the player here, what do you think your push forward would be to try and find an answer on Fanshaw's side? What do you think the response needs to be?
So they don't have a lot to work on their defense, having just swapped here. But with that upstairs attack, obviously spawn peek doesn't go well for you. A bit of an unnecessary risk, I think, at that point. But it's not really going to be something debated on this objective anyways. We're in the basement. There's no point in heading all the way up there. Comp-wise, I'm a little interested to see what's happening here. And I'm not sure if it's something that will really need adjustments. You got Bandit for covering all the walls, although not having Kaid for your hatches, especially E-Box hatch, is a little bit concerning. But otherwise, a pretty honest roster you've got here. Really, Ella just being the one that's looking to catch someone in a trap.
10 seconds left.
Right now, it's just kind of a feeling out process, getting the drones in, trying to find the bomb. And a lot of times, it's not even finding it. It's finding where it's not as well. Trying to see where things are getting set up. And I gotta say, my favorite thing always to see is friendly fire now active. That just makes me happy in the top right corner. So many times you just have a friendly just walk in front of your crosshairs there. So, you know, it's nice though it can happen here as well.
Yeah, pretty convenient no longer to have to work with that risk in the prep phase. I've seen it too many times. Someone just walks in front of the bullets while someone's opened up a rotate hole, and then it no longer needs to be the case.
12 gauge to the face.
At least in this division, we are kind of split on that setting in NECC. Currently, Genesis once again is looking to take an early fight, and he's going to fight the head this time, taking out Icarus. I don't think a revenge this time, but he's going to be felled himself as well. System finds the refrag and looks to make even more ground.
Finds the trade and gets it back to a 4-4, so no advantage gained, no advantage lost right now, as again Fanshawe starting to feel their backs pressed against the wall, need to find something to hold on to, maybe a frag, maybe just a good hold, maybe just kind of an extending of a round to force it to be tight. It's just all about finding something they can put their hat on and say, yes, we can look forward here.
Despite all this pressure in bunker, we still don't see the wall open more than a minute in. Yeah, these EMP charges are going to have to come pretty fast. 2 of them going out from Thatcher and 2 Selmas to make a full runnable hole. But, oh, the second Selma has been bandit tricked. Dillard doing exactly his job right there. And that's going to be a big thorn in the side of Louisville's attack. It's going to be so much harder to watch be objective when they try and put their diffuser down the same spot that we saw previously in basement. The defenders are still just waiting. We are burning the candle away. Already a minute and a half of the round, and not much has been taken in the way of objectives. Just those kills, but that's a beautiful one to add.
Goodness, system, just point and click. I mean, yeah, that's the whole process of a first-person shooter, but beautiful as Mai finds one as well. Aqua goes down, and so now Louisville dropping the diffuser. Going to be 3-1, and it's going to have to be something special here.
Mai, Dillard, and Ugg finding kills for each of them. Now Maze is the only one left alive. He finds one refrag, but he's lost without any information. Now rounds the corner. It doesn't even matter with the gunfight. There's just a defensive cap can explosive mounted on this door. Nothing to be done about it.
I love the post-round explosion for dramatic effect there as he left the doorway. Gotta say, top-tier editing, but no. Fanshawe has an answer, and it's not even a kill or a run or an answer. It's an actual round off of Louisville. That is exactly what the doctor ordered here for the Falcons, finding their way back in this bird fight. And Louisville going back a bit to the drawing board, but again, got close, just have to close things out and work as a unit.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we saw last round. Them rounding the corner on that execute. Despite not having a lot of hard breach gone off, really any at all, and the attack being pretty focused on the basement floor for Louisville, they did have a couple lines of sight onto B objective. So they went to swing it and just lost all of the gunfights against the defenders that were holding angles. I don't think much utility was used to get ready for that. I didn't see any flashbangs going out or similar implementations of any other gadgets. The Rotero drones had all been used to try and open up the wall, and we just had 3 blind peeks around corners, and Fanshawe, they did their job. They held around corners, waited till they saw heads, and they clicked on them perfectly.
It's just the old cat and mouse strategy, except it was just waiting and holding your angles, not letting the moment shake you, and just taking deep breaths. A very under-thought about but important thing, especially in gaming, in a high-tense situation just like this. It's about knowing you're in the moment, knowing you can make an impact happen.
Okay, we got a little bit of a back and forth over here on the attic window. 2 defenders staring at that window where our intrepid Icarus, decides he's not going to be taken
Don't want
this
that one.
fight. Yep. He's going to wait around the corner, waiting for his teammate to come back. The drone has done his job from Aqua. It's going to be, in a moment, telling us that Big Tower is all clear of defenders and Hard Breach can do its job. I think, yeah, okay. EMP's going off. There was also a Thorn mine right there, taking a little bit of health off his system, but he's going to be able to clear out Games Room with his gadget. So many of those pucks going out, one of them even grabbing Delurd, so that's going to make it so much easier to get in with no more Bandit Trick, and Kinesis swings around the corner.
Nope, swinging around and finding the hit, taking it down, and so, again, making it 4-4, having the answer. Louisville dropping the diffuser, and System holding on to his wounds, perhaps holding on for dear life. Someone wanting to find perhaps that teammate as Kinesis pushing forward here, finding System and taking him out all the way. 3-4 right now is Louisville back on the back foot. Back wing? Backwind.
Backwind? Yeah, I think that one's about right. Oh, another kill coming out here. Icarus has finally found his way, and he's got Aqua at his side as well. The numbers have been even.
Icarus!
Oh, he just keeps going. This attic push may be the saving grace yet for the attack.
Well, I hate to... I'm going to do it again, but he is flying up in the sun right now. You just don't want to get too close. Those wax wings, maybe, finding enough of a moment right now. 3-2 is their advantage, wanting to push it forward and get to the bomb sites here. Just want to find something as you have the defenders on this foot, just trying to find a lockdown and say, hopefully we can get a peek somewhere.
Yeah, Kinesis and Ugg are fully separate from the objective. Neither one of them has gone for a flank yet. They know that the diffuser has to be an objective. Yeah, here's maybe a slightly late call from Kinesis. He's got to start moving with no intel to try and get back to sight, especially now that we're on this 40-second timer. The attackers have now become the defenders. They're holding angles close and waiting for these last 2 to filter back in.
I just love this where you can flip the game on its head, where all of a sudden the people defending a objective have to turn around and make a mad dash forward, and Icarus finds another, and that is going to be the round once again here for Louisville.
Yeah, there's one of those spots where there's not much you can do except make sure that you're pushing together to try and divert fire, to make sure, like, maybe someone can get through. It gives less time for the attackers to communicate with each other on where you're coming from. But like we see there's nothing you can really do other than insta-snap to some heads while jumping on. And the round was basically lost by the time Diffuser had gone down with a huge round player count, especially at the hands of Icarus in that round. We now hit our first map point of this series. If Louisville is able to catch one more round on their attacking half, they're going to head on over to our second map on Border.
Well, they're feeling good, feeling confident. It's all about being calm and in control and confident. The 3 C's, I'd like to say, of esports. There aren't 7 of them, but you can't sail them. And so right now, Louisville feeling good, just want to continue rolling forward. And, you know, it's the old adage of look good, feel good, play good. And I got to say, I have enjoyed the cacophony of skins coming out that I haven't seen yet. And so I feel like a kid in a candy shop every time in draft.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, all right. I see something a little bit interesting here in our operator select. Maze currently looking at a blitz pick. This is not too uncommon to see in the basement, especially at this level of play. It can be a bit of a feast or famine strategy, though, especially if you're really dedicating to the blitz rush, as we call it, running in and using the blinding flash on his shield to just take defenders by storm and just bonk them with the shield until they're downed. So.
It's the old Kodak strategy, you know, with the old wind-up cameras. Just the bright flash, hit him with a baseball bat, and run. So
hit him with the red filter.
Exactly, got him duct taped to the shield. I gotta say, Blitz was one of my favorite ones. I just enjoyed the pistol play of this game itself. And, he's already got a heart detector, but he gets noticed as well. So, Ugg having to back off here. Popping shots with the but unable to find anything, really.
Yeah, Ugg won't really know. Oh, yeah, now he knows the team's going to know a blitz is coming. But Maze is pretty much alone. He's just going to ping for some wall bangs, which are going to be fruitless. And that prong of the surprise attack has kind of gone to nothing. Okay, our Pulse has found his way back around. He takes out Iggy. That's the gun support behind the Blitz. And this is one of the things with Blitz. You can't really chase for kills. He can 1v1 just about anyone, but he works so much better when he's making information for his team. We've ended up with a trade overall. Maze has gone over there, taken out the Pulse, but that's far from objective. That's going to be wasting a lot of time.
Well, you know, it's just getting more and more time off the clock and then forcing Louisville to find the answer that they want. You talk about they lost the support for the Blitz, and so he had to make the play on his own. Now under half HP, probably under a third here. Wants to be careful because that big old shield, it only protects from the front, and so you have to find the angles even more so with that one.
We no longer have any electrification on the walls. Bandit has gone away, but he's been replaced by Mute. And without Thatcher, we only have these 2 EMP grenades in the hands of Icarus. Yep, okay, they're going to find their mark, though, and the Ace's Selma charges already in their position. Yeah. Genesis is going to smoke this one off, try and buy a little bit of time, and Maze has come completely by surprise through the attic. His rotate has finally paid off, and the defenders had no clue at all. Though, 2 kills taken out Icarus, and System is suddenly all alone.
Oh, man, it's just a moment where System watches it all fall around him, just having to make his own here, and he had the angle, takes it, Mai goes down. A good old-fashioned 1v1, the diffuser going down. Angel trying to find it here, rushing into the bomb site, trying to find it. He's gonna get it. System goes down, and it's a continuation here.
Well, you said he's got to do it alone, and he was just about to with a quarter of a second left on the defuse. He really could have turned things to his favor. He didn't need to round the corner looking for that fight, but he was so worried. He heard the footsteps coming right up to him, and Louisville, they're not really too stressed about that one. A clutch for System would have been phenomenal, but they're still sitting on match point, and it's the onus is fully on Fanshawe. They got to make 3 in a row, well, 2 in a row to get into overtime, and then they've got to win a best of 3 at that point. So it's not looking great for them.
Well, I think the biggest thing here, at least in my mind, footsteps are always louder when you're the last one remaining, right?
Absolutely. You know, it's only coming from one direction, right? It's so hard to lose track.
He's right
of
on top of
the one guy you're thinking about.
Oh, you're saying they don't echo off the walls, you can't lose the footsteps? All right, so I think we can respect that. But here it is again. Fanshawe, the Falcons have successfully parried match point for now. Or map point, per se, for now. But they have to do it again and again and again. We can't look more far than just the setup here as they want to have their answer. And I just wonder, as we've seen a couple mechanical outplays that have kept it in it, can they keep this streak up and can they keep forcing Louisville into kind of small, minute mistakes that they're able to capitalize on?
Yeah, they're absolutely going to have to. Once again, quite a bit of investment in this bunker extension. We leave 1 wall reinforced, 1 with an open hull, and a shield with some supportive gadgets behind it is going to be where Kinesis is camping out, trying to stop a push from this blue bunker. And if that doesn't work out, he's going to try and scurry back inside to be objective and reinforce the wall back up and force that to be breached even after he's been removed, thus just wasting even more time. And with this investment once again from Louisville into bunker, that's going to do quite a bit for them. This Rotero drone has been stopped from exploding due to the mute chamber just behind the shield, so that's going to keep the shield up a little bit longer. They're not done looking for these though, and an EMP is going to stop the jammer entirely. Genesis doesn't have a lot of freedom to
No shield.
this thing up, though. He's just got to hope.
No thanks, we're closed.
All right, he gets out.
Just opting off to wall that off entirely. So I really enjoyed the Kinesis corner, but opting to shut it down for the night. You know, ran out of hot buns and just wanted to shut it through.
So yeah,
Louisville.
Spencer's is closed. The Spencer's in the mall. Pull up the grate.
All right, boys, we're shut. We'll see you tomorrow, our next round, perhaps, as Louisville finds first strike. System getting the headshot there. And it's all about having an answer, getting a chunk taken off of him. But, you know, not a bad trade, getting a kill for about not even a quarter of your HP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the defenders are going to hate to see that their smoke is gone with 20 more seconds of smoke in his pocket.
Aqua?
Oh, this is really starting to cascade. A huge push from Freezer, but a C4 from behind is going to shut him down. It's up to Ugg and Mai now, but one of them's out of position, and both are in the line of sight.
And that is a beautiful shutdown through System. I believe 3 in this singular round alone to close it out. Victory Louisville here, 7-4 in map 1.
Yeah, looking pretty dominant, but that's what we'd expect from this team that's already shaping up to be. Yeah, undefeated so far, and they haven't lost this map either, so this is putting them in a good spot. They're looking to be one of the most dominant teams in the division, so we'll be seeing quite a bit more of them, especially now that we're in the mid-season and everyone's kind of shaken out into their different tiers, so our leaderboard is going to give us a lot more information to work with at this point. But that doesn't mean anyone can't make it back from here. The 1-2 record that we're seeing from Fanshawe Fuel is very workable still, especially if they're giving University of Louisville a run for their money on a lot of these rounds and having some really commanding round victories in there as well.
I think the biggest thing is I want to harken back to what we were talking about all the way in the beginning, where both teams having this kind of weird momentum shift, where one team coming off of their first win, the other coming off their first map loss. And so you have to wonder, is that momentum hanging over from last week? So maybe Fanshawe batting above where there should be, and Louisville perhaps playing down because they're not feeling well. Well, now it's a paradigm shift. Louisville back on top and in control, and I want to see what Fanshawe's answer is. They were up to the test, but they unfortunately couldn't pass as they were shut out in the end.
Yeah, so we'll find out some more as far as this match is going to go. We'll take 5 more minutes for a break, and we'll be back with Border on map 2 and match point. we're back. We've still got Fanshawe Fuel, and we still got University of Louisville. Black, I'm still Treasure, and this is still Foof, and we're really excited to get back into this one. So Oregon went the way of University of Louisville Black, as we were kind of suspecting going into this, especially with how well they've been doing so far this season. Border could be a little bit of a different story, but this was University of Louisville's map choice, so they have a little bit of a home turf advantage going into this map.
Well, you want to talk about a little bit of excitement, a different story, and a choice? Well, I have all three of those with NECC and College Esports X are excited to announce their new partnership for this March 2023 event in Boston, and it's a joint initiative helped to kind of foster the growth and sustainability of collegiate esports, and it's called Esports Innovation. And Esports Innovation is this program designed to address collegiate esports industry challenges related to the economic downturn, job market instability, and the need for more infrastructure. The innovation initiatives encompass programs related to experimental learning, workforce training, curriculum development, collegiate program support, esports startup incubation, and competitive innovation like us. And so it's just literally a match made in heaven. And so you get to see more of this, and it's going to be all together. It's awesome.
Yeah, and of course, more information could be pretty available on anywhere that you see us at NECC, and Instagram, Twitch, obviously, Twitter as well. Yes, so plenty of information available on that. I think we might be ready to get into this one as well. Oh yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I don't know, is Operator Band going yet? Production?
Voice in the sky, almost.
We'll have one more second. Yes, the voice from on high tells us one more second. So this round, Fanshawe Fuel is going to be on defense. So we saw a little bit of their defense earlier, so we'll get to focus on that a little bit more, which I'll be pretty excited to see, get to have a little bit more input on that one, since we only got 2 rounds of it before. University of Louisville, of course, starting on attack side.
Well, I gotta say, this is new to me. I'm very excited to see the actual pick ban phase of Siege, and just like I want to see this view of it. I'm really excited to see. And so Fanshawe again getting to ban an attacker here. Louisville gonna have their answer, and that is one immediately. Thank you, Icarus. Lovely.
Oh yeah, being a little newer to Siege on the whole, this is standard Rainbow Six Siege player behavior. So we get to see a little glimpse of it sometimes in the chat. Awesome! Right off the bat, this is one of the relatively newer operators. She gets to bring a shield on the attack, but also a rifle, and she gets to place down that shield fully transparent. But essentially, it's like a deployable shield, really heavily countered by explosives. But she won't be on this one. She works well for post-plant scenarios, and she works great for watching windows, since she can place it in those windows and watch it with the same rifle that Thermite has, which is pretty nice.
Well, Azami getting banned there. Now back to the Falcons. The ball currently in their court, and the ban resting in their hands. Who are they going to tell to sit back on the SWAT van, the heavy armored vehicle, say, no, you're not going to be joining us today, and thrown in their hands? That is Valkyrie again, and this is something I know. Valkyrie just provides so much critical information with her cameras, and has, at least from back in my day, God, I sound old, had a heck of a kit to come with it, with the guns and everything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she is still bussin', as we say. Nah, yeah, she's just eternally strong. The black eye cams just will never let you down. They're still versatile, and Border is one of the perfect maps for her. This is really gunplay heavy objective, a lot of open areas, and that's why a lot of these bans were really focused on operators that change up lines of sight. Valkyrie's a little bit different. She does allow for like more wall bangs for the defenders, because if you just know where they are on one of those yellow pings, easy done and dusted. But Azami setting up little concrete barriers. Flores, on the other hand, is a character that would run will do a lot against Azami. Those were the bans from Louisville, and he makes it pretty easy to clear out the upstairs bunker or armory objective. Getting one of those drones in can clear up some of the wall denial and clear players off a half wall. We're seeing in this first round a pretty mixed roster from Fanshawe. We've got some post-plant denial from UG. We've got Castle mostly placed on exterior walls. So that'll be a first thing for Louisville to have to deal with. And they don't have a lot of explosives really lent for it. So it might be an actual tax on their utility.
Again, just not having the immediate counter means you have to try something else. The can opener, it's broken, so maybe a screwdriver, maybe scissors, maybe a spoon. You got to get creative here, and that's exactly what Louisville wants to do. Again, just prodding, poking, looking for information right now as the Falcons. You wouldn't think of it as, well, technically you could call them an ambush predator. Coming from the sky is Maze finding one and dancing around and finding a second with the pistol. Sometimes it's quicker to just swap instead of reloading, and that's 2 down here for Maze.
Oh my god, and he's got another insight. He's not gonna quite find it. Yeah, Genesis has been working off of intel on Solus. Yeah, goes right back to trolling for any signs of devices upstairs. Finds a second gunfight immediately. Not totally sure that they've downed Aqua, who is just gonna be lying there at the bottom of stone stairs waiting for the res.
I don't know if I've ever seen a mortally shot person climb up the stairs.
Backwards, nonetheless.
Backwards. Hey, bro, I can res you. Climb to me. All right.
Alrighty.
Oh, I thought he made it with the drone there. Okay, made it in, though. I was really worried about it for a second there.
Oh yeah, this can provide some crucial intel in the back of Armory. I think our Maestro's location has already been known after all that shooting with his LMG. But for the most part, the defense is pretty bunkered up here. They have a lot of investments in the walls around them. Delert takes a lot of damage through the wall, though, or I think through the barricaded door, and is finally going to be filled.
Oh, I gotta say, I love what I'm seeing here from Louisville as they have turned their slow walk forward into just a downright chokehold. Shots coming out here. Genesis, though, not going to see much more as he's put down, and Fanshawe falling. Now it's 1-0.
Well, Maze really set the precedent for this round. Coming in through main entrance, finds a kill, and he's ready with his pistol to pick up a second one. And that's a crucial operator to have taken off as well, the one playing in small office upstairs. That's your second point of contact for a Armory take. So losing him before the round has even really started with pressure onto site. There's so many fewer positions for Fanshawe to back off to already. Looks like they're taking another stab at Armory and Archives. A little bit of a change around here. Looking for a trap operator. Finally settling on Capcan. That did work out pretty well for them in one of the crucial rounds on last map.
Well, you know, finding an answer was exactly what Fanshawe could do. It just felt like punch, counterpunch, counterpunch from Louisville. And so rolling with punch as well are the cards. And so it's about continuing that and perhaps trying to make it so you know what your enemy's going to do, your opponent's going to do before they end up doing it. And so Louisville up 1 again. We've seen this one before. Now they just want to continue marching forward and pushing towards this 2-0.
All right, so here's an interaction that you may be familiar with, is the interaction between IQ and a defending Pulse, where they can see each other through walls.
Yes.
We have the opportunity for another iteration of that in that Genesis on Solus. When she has her goggles activated, she's also visible to IQ. The two of them can stare at each other through walls and prepare for a fight. The one difference is that IQ actually gets to have at least a pistol up while she's using her sights. But either way, both of them can feed a lot of intel, so that's probably a big reason for Maze going for IQ.
I think that's going to be a very fun run, and I got to say, I love playing IQ originally myself. I thought that out of all of the original operators, like intro videos, IQ's was the coolest because it's just awesome, you know, walking downstairs to a room full of bombs. But it's, you talked about a little bit earlier, LMG's having the change in recoil earlier, and so watching some players using some not. My wonder is, LMG's, I feel like he's trying to get some shots to the floor.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did tag a little bit. Tickle the toes.
Yeah, just like you're saying, UG was on his camera trying to use his evil eyes to get an idea of what was going around, but his phone is bright and visible to IQ, who is once again just a menace down below. And a defender has been sent to try and dispatch him, but Mace has already left. He knows that they're going to be looking for him down there.
Well, just already gone, and so, having to rebound here, Louisville had some information to go off of now, wanting to push forward here, but still, a minute and 50 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's an eternity, and this one is Genesis finding Aqua early, And that could be the start here that Fanshawe wanted, but it did start almost the exact same way the other time, the 1-1 trade, though.
But no one's in a position to work off the intel at all, and Iggy's actually going to fully back up. He knows Genesis has the ability to freely move. They haven't done much to clear roamers at all, actually. It's just been Maze kind of searching around with his gadget, and he hasn't found the kill. That means that Genesis is probably going to be a late-game flanking option for Fanshawe all the way through this round. They just have to focus up on finding their way into objective.
Neon locking out here, and the big thing about it is it's just the defenders doing exactly what Fanshawe did so well beforehand, holding their angles, not forcing, just daring the attacking players to make their moves early. And Delord wanting to find it here, throwing the C4 out a bit far, so it's going to mass. He actually gives some information out of here. The two players know they're around the same corner. Now it's about finding an answer. And no, he didn't know he was there!
Oh no, Qualzy just subbing in. He did not see that C4 going off. He might have thought that his opponent had just jumped back in, but it gives a free kill to Delord. Icarus trying to even things up. He's been playing the off angle by Office, and now he's found a way to get his air jabs into position. It's going to make it hard for a retake to go off for Fanshawe. This might be the time for Fanshawe to start getting aggressive before the diffuser goes down.
Well, again, 20 seconds here. It's about making your moment. And there's hardly a bigger moment right here as the clock continues to tick down. Louisville dropping, no, picking up the diffuser, mind you. Just trying to find a moment, putting it down here. Icarus trying to find some covering here. It's Iggy. That's gonna be a shot down. Iggy now 70 HP, a triple kill for Genesis, and he's gonna get another 2. Oh my goodness. Hello, Genesis. P90, please.
Yeah, I'll give myself the credit on this one. Absolutely called it. No roam clear for Genesis, and he's been waiting. I loved that shot that we got to see of him watching down 90 corridor, just standing there behind cover going, if anyone comes out here, I'll get him, and otherwise I'm just waiting patiently until they attempt the defuse, because he is the ace in the hole for the defense. A roamer, especially one with a bunch of active intel. Yeah, 4 kills off of that. What a fatal mistake for Louisville. I'm sure they won't be making it twice, though. We're probably looking for a much bigger first floor roam clear next time we go back to second floor. But finally, that curse has been lifted, and Fanshawe can move on over to the bathroom objective.
Well, notching it up here 1-1, and Fanshawe feeling a lot more confident now, riding on the back of that 4K from Genesis. And Genesis, only one other kill has been earned by Fanshawe, and that's on Delord, which we saw. So, Genesis right now, a Herculean effort on this defensive side.
Yeah, this just raises some concerns, though, whether the rest of the Fanshawe roster can rise up to meet him, because you can't make the hero plays every round, especially if some proper utility is used to find you. And, like, Jackal is not banned, which means they can, if they really have a problem with Genesis, they can just follow him.
Not followers on Twitter, folks, or physical footsteps. Knows where you are. That was always like nightmare fuel for me when it was like, you're being hunted. Just it's never good text to see, but it's like flashing in red as well, and so yep,
yeah, all of China knows.
Now all of China knows your foot size.
Okay, it doesn't look like a lot of roam clear focus except for the Lion pick from Iggy coming out, so they're going to have to hope that that's enough, and definitely some active droning, especially right ahead of players, may give some opportunities. Fanshawe was looking for a couple spawn peaks, but I don't think any of those have come to fruition. Clearly no kills, and I don't think we've heard any gunshots either.
Oh, Genesis once again trying to back on the dirty work here. Got the P90 out. Wanting to find some more here. Maze having fun on the fuse, and I got to say, fuse the hostage is unfortunately unapplicable to the situation, as 4P side's just getting bombarded from the top here.
What a fascinating situation. A single wall was barricaded by the defense. Mai is playing it on the close angle here. Ooh, he sees something through the gun holes, but he's just baited out an entire demolition charge from Fuse just by placing a reinforced wall there. The attack went, well, clearly someone's through here, put explosives there, and he's just not.
The wall can have some reinforcement as a treat. Drawing the fuse, talk about it. It's a resource management game more than anything else, and time is a big resource. Information is another, but health is Mai running out of it, and on the staircase this time, the body going down instead of up. as Louisville trying to close this out. My holding on for dear life now going to get down to that first floor, but there are explosions going on all around.
I don't think Icarus knows that he downed his opponent. He probably could have picked up that kill for pretty free. If the attack isn't all encompassing, they might even be able to get the res, especially with these two attackers coming from south side at the moment. Oh, finally finishing off. Oh, Delert as well. Wow, Icarus just running through the defenders at this point. He's going to look after that blood trail, not even having to finish off his opponents. The end of the round, netting him the kill.
Just doing exactly what needed to be done and finding a way to do it is Louisville, and the Cards get back on top. But punch, counterpunch, counterpunch. Now my question is this just going to be the moment where everyone's just countering everyone and we're all just kung fu fighting? Because, might I say, it's almost the exact same situation that we almost came into beforehand.
Yep.
And so I'm wondering if Louisville can set themselves up again, or if Fanshawe again can have some kind of answer, because it felt better, at least in the starting moments of that round, of getting the early kill and trying to staying ahead until the walls and wheels fell off.
Yeah, so University of Louisville Black chose this map as their main map that they get. So this is the second map, their choice.
They get it no matter what.
Yeah, so because of that, Fanshawe is able to choose their side first. Of course, they chose defense, which is where we are so far. And going pretty even so far. This is, if anything, maybe a little bit of an attack-sided map overall, which is a little surprising to see usually in Siege, but we've kind of been going that way a little bit more as time has gone on. At this point, for Louisville, it looks like they're playing very comfortably on this map. It's clearly one that they scrim on plenty, which would explain them choosing it. But they're playing really aggressive, not fully working off of intel all the time. So I think that's causing a lot of these early frags to just go the way of whoever shoots better at the moment, and that might be their undoing.
Who clicks first?
Yep.
It's just the old, what do you call it? Reaction test. Just more accurate, whoever clicks quicker, and who has better ping used to be the old challenge we'd shout out in voice chats across all the different consoles.
You've got to have that crisp single-digit ping.
Exactly.
Shoot Bolo.
Well, right now, again, it's just the beginning of the round. I feel like this is akin to a chess, the opening moves, where nothing can happen, but everything depends on what you do.
Yeah, a bit of a quiet start this time. No spawn peaks from Fanshawe. No crazy explosions right off the bat from Louisville. But, barely finding that down. Icarus down, just like I was saying, for running around pretty haphazardly on the second floor.
Down.
On the other side, though, one of his teammates is going to find it down as well. We're even.
And Icarus, though, getting revived here. Ugg trying to find a teammate to get revived, and I think they're actually going to end up doing it here. And so, yes, a true equal trade here as Kenneth is taking a chunk there. And it's just about making the most of what you got, and that's not a lot of HP there for Kenneth's.
Some defenders have been drawn out of their locations, though, and as that breaching charge opens up a bit of a hole into Workshop, it isn't exactly what the attackers like to see. There's a full 3 barricades, barricaded walls up in between bathroom. First kill goes off, finally actually finishing someone off, but some more utility is going to be needed to get into bathrooms where Kaid is hiding out. This is a fast pick of ground, though, for Louisville. They're going to be
Aqua again
pretty darn soon, if not killing everyone.
Oh, Aqua finding 2 right now. Mai has an answer of Icarus. Right along with Aqua here, having both frags of this round, trying to push forward and find a little bit more. But you have Iggy slowly moving forward. Shots going through the wall there, but a bit too far. Mai finding Maze here. Kenneth is rolling forward here. Now Qualzy kind of waiting to bait out here, trying to bait out, but gets baited by Kenneth instead. So it's a 3v2, and the diffuser's dropped.
Kenneth is just continuing to do an insane amount of work. Iggy's pushed up pretty far, but now it's not really safe to go back to the stairs. He's got to wait for Aqua to push up, get an off angle. Oh, but the lean is the wrong direction. Delert has a huge advantage in that fight. He gets to see so much more of his opponent's head. Iggy trying to cover his movement into sight. He just has to make every flick. He sees the gunshots coming out from Delert. He's got to get 2 more, though.
Got to find 2 more. Iggy, now the heart rate definitely pushed through the roof here. Got to be careful there. We saw a trap earlier, but it's already been busted. Now needs to find shots. Going through the wall here. Going to give away some information. Camera going down. Aggressive push here. Knows they're on the staircase. Their shots again coming through the wall. 5-4-3. I think this is going to be in the round. He's not going to be Herculean play. That hologram took at least 75 bullets.
Yeah, that thing's got a darn lot of HP. Real MVP right there. Great tank for the team. But in that situation, a lot was lost by Louisville by not really droning out ahead of where they want to be picking up kills. It's got to be that back and forth thing. Your support has to be just right behind your fragger. Send a drone out. That way, as soon as you see someone, you can kill them. Like, intel is only really good for 5 seconds after you find it. So if you don't have someone able to shoot at the place that the drone is looking 5 seconds after it's been there, why are you even droning, right?
Facts. But the big thing also is intel is only as good as the person and people using it. You can have all the information in the world, but if you're not in the right place or making the right decisions with that information, it's useless. And so it's finding the moments, taking advantage of it. You talk about it. You have to be in the right spots and use those drones ahead of time and then have the wherewithal to make that 5-second window yours.
All right, headed back up to second floor. Fanshawe's been making a nice showing of their defense, showing us that just because they're in some enemy turf on border and just because they're down a map, they're not giving up on this one. They have the chance to make a really big upset for their mid-season. That would absolutely be great precedent setting if they can get 2 in a row and one against an undefeated team. Like, maybe your season's looking totally different after that.
It's just what you call a cold start, and they finally got it to turn over. But you can't put too many eggs in that basket when both teams are of the avian kind. It's just about finding that perfect moment, that perfect round perhaps to see a turning point. And Fanshawe, again, having the answer. It was 3-1 when we came in. At this point, they're feeling a little bit better, have kept it tight. And Louisville now wanting to move forward and try and get back on top.
An interesting addition here to the Louisville roster. May's now on Buck, so that's going to indicate that he wants some soft destruction with his shotgun, and probably that he wants it from below. So he's going to look to get in. Fortunately for him, Genesis has been an absolute menace on the first floor of Rome, so he has to find Genesis and shut him down. The two of them staring at each other right around this door. Genesis peeking around, and he pushes too far.
He's been given free reign, but that time the ticket is up. Taking full advantage of it is the Buck there. Mace feeling good right now. Pushing forward that big roamer that has been the big playmaker down here for Fanshawe. And so Louisville feeling a little bit more pep in their step right now, pushing in.
Oh, absolutely. And now Mace has carte blanche to open up the floor underneath Armory. This is going to make it so hard for Fanshawe to hold there, or even into Office, where Mai currently is holding. And that's where they've been looking to plant each time that they've attacked this objective. Looks like Aqua, oh no, has jumped in on a bear trap, so he's just going to be waiting on help. Nothing will indicate.
Oh my
that he's
goodness,
down.
Mace.
Oh. What was Mai doing? He should have seen the gunshots from before. The floor was actually being shotgunned out from underneath them.
It was moth mode.
The shotgun is wrecking even more havoc, taking so much health off of Dillard's feet. He's just got to keep running as the floor is just being deconstructed.
This is the opposite of what you're supposed to do on buildings, is he is destroying instead. At some point you feel like the floor would fall through, but right now only falling through is Fanshawe's hopes and dreams on the defensive side. 3-4 right now, but a lot of HP taken off of Ugg and Dillard. It's something they have to find an answer for. Nades and more utility going out. Fanshawe, again, just kind of pinched in right now, but they are patient. They are in a spot where they can make some plays, but it's going to have to be something special.
I love that recognition from Aqua, throwing the nade in that corner. We got to see that there's no one there, but there has previously been a Fanshawe Falcon playing there just about each round. May's just better, pushing on in, making his 3rd kill. If he's not going to get him through the floor, he's going to get them on even ground. Dillard finally being finished off, and Aqua rounds the corner for another one.
Aqua's like, hold on, I'm on this team too, getting 2 to close the round out, so a triple and a double working here as Louisville finding another here, moving forward to round 6, 3-2. And we find ourselves at a spot once again that's been 1-1, 1-1. Now does Fanshawe have the answer?
They've been able to answer pretty consistently across most of these rounds that we've seen so far. Keeping the vigil, but this time it's not going to be Kinesis. They want to use their full ability to roam as much as possible on the first floor. When they go back, once again, to Armory, clearly their preferred site now that we've gone there 4 times on this one half, but that does speak to the the difficulty that they're having taking this objective consistently. I mean, they're only making a 50-50. On the other hand, Bathroom, they've made 1 out of 1 times that they've defended there.
You just have to make the most of these opportunities, man. And right now, both of these teams are treasure, but it's something has to give at some point. And my wonder is if Fanshawe has another answer. Again, they're kind of moving into the pick here, getting that castle, try and get up a little bit more oomph on these barricades and defend out a little bit. But Louisville, again, has the lead, wanting to push forward and extend it back to 2.
Yeah, bringing back Castle isn't going to do much now that Iggy has Aqua has locked on to Sledge for another round.
It's a mere inconvenience.
Yep, he just cast aside the Castle barricade. Moves on. Mai now on the Vigil, looking to be in a heavy impact early fragging role, maybe even making that flank if he's able to stay alive for quite a bit longer. He's looking for spawn peaks to start things off. We've seen, a bit of that from the defense, but his feeties have been well seen by that drone right through the barricade. He gets out just in time, though. Loses half of his health, but that's way better than standing there any longer.
One falling down. That is Mai again dropping, so... Again, the Vigil falling first for this time again, not Kenneth's. So Kenneth's.
Same first pick as last
Yep.
round.
So, player, not operator, but Kenneth's finding Maze here, so it's a retaliation of what happened last round. As Kenneth's back to the ways of stalking these hallways like a predator, wreathed in this body armor in this just kind of massive concrete.
Definitely a testament to his game sense in this lobby. He's doing a great job keeping up with the locations of most of his enemy players. These two locked into stalemate. It's going to be Kowalski who comes up. His rifle is just going to sing truer, and Aqua finally finds an actual player with the grenade he slings around the corner. Kowalski actually traded out in that fight. Now there's only 2 defenders left. Hold up just to the side of objective. Deliri's going to have to make a move to get back in. He doesn't know that there's a downed attacker right outside there. He just has to find a way to stop the defuse from going down.
Well, Icarus putting down the last Fanshawe defender, taking advantage of it here and going back up by 2. This is the first 2-point advantage we've seen from either of these teams here, and just as we switch sides.
All right, so now things are really going to spice up. That kind of went about the way that I would expect for the first half. Once again, University of Louisville comes out of the first half of a map 4-2. Not a crazy split, but definitely one that they're feeling comfortable in, especially when they're on their map pick on border. They're going to be going into defensive side now. Fanshawe did choose to be defending first, so that may speak to them being a little bit more comfortable on that side. But this objective does quite a bit for you on attack. So if they're able to really utilize especially Kenneth's, who is on fire right now, they might be able to force more fights where he can make sure that he guarantees value, and that would turn things around.
Well, again, in some ways it's status quo here for Louisville and Fanshawe, both falling into kind of predictable status. You have the undefeated team continuing their domination right now and getting their lead, but now roles reverse, playing defense. We saw strong roaming here from Fanshawe that kept them in it. I want to know what Louisville's answer is going to be on this defensive side and what Fanshawe can kind of cook up on the offensive side to make something happen.
All right, I suspected as much. I saw on our caster sheet that we get a hold of. Kowalski said in his fun fact, my favorite operator is Tachanka. So we finally get to see it come out. Kowalski wasn't actually getting the opportunity in map 1, but he subbed in between, you may have noticed. And now he's getting to represent his favorite operator, even going with the DP27 as well. The big machine gun is great for making big holes.
Big man, big machine gun.
Yeah, great damage on body shots. You just have to worry about the low rate of fire that it brings, and he does have a shield, so in a lot of ways he's able to be a great alternative to smoke. Just excels in a couple different areas.
Listen, it's not a smoke hurting the lungs, it's the bullets hurting everything else that usually get people down, and that is Icarus catching some flack there, having to back off, and Maze already finding one. Mai quickly retaliating, and Maze getting another here. Quick trades back and forth. Kenneth takes Maze out, and so it feels like chess pieces taking one after another. 3-3.
Yeah, Maze is still doing a great job making these entry frags, but he can't get them consistently without making it a trade right now. It looks like just about all of Fanshawe's attack has been focused up on the second floor balcony, and that makes him very concentrated for any more runouts. And right now, break room is very fully covered by defenders. Aqua has a nice angle right behind the break room desk. And if they keep up this attack, they just have to clear him in order to continue the round. I don't think they'll know that he's here, though.
I don't know if they will either. And so again, it's just a game of patience, game of chance, but also a game of calculated risk. Is Aqua
No, he didn't know.
finding the lure and knocking it down? Fanshawe has only 2 to the 3 of Louisville.
Well, yeah, Aqua fully profiting right there. He's not even going to move off his location. He has broadcast where he is, but he's hoping that Angel and Kinesis will take too much time to try and find him again and try and kill him. Even if they do kill him pretty quickly, he's going to waste more time. Right here, this droning time is seconds off of the clock, and as 2 players who have barely touched the inside of the map, every second really, really matters.
Again, just it's as awful as it sounds. I'm going to go back to it. It's a resource management, time being one of them, positioning being another, information, and so it's trying to measure which you can take as Aqua finds another. Angel goes down by way of a headshot. Kinesis, though, has a retaliatory strike, and this is the person you want to have alive if you're Fanshawe. Now Chonka, the last man standing, the last bastion here for Louisville. 4-2, the overall scorecard, 1-1 left. An aid coming through, gonna chunk the big boy out, but still not all of that third is gone. He's holding this rifle off to the side, daring something to come through. You might see just a peek of a rifle, and that's gonna be the shot.
No way.
Kinesis, the clutch. Hello, Fanshawe.
Kennis is looking absolutely dominating on this map. Was that quite an ace or just the 4K? Either way, he took the entire round on his back, even taking the Tachanka holding an angle. This is one of those situations where Kowalski should have had a phenomenal advantage being able to just flame out the hallway with his Shumika launcher and then just rain down a hail of lead. Never got to reload. He could just hold down left click, and he's not able to hold the angle against the indomitable force of Kinesis.
I mean, at what point a video game's characters hands can't shake, but I'd like to imagine that version of Tachanka was shaking in his boots as he heard, "You're the last man standing, get the job done," when there was only one enemy left, and it was Kinesis. Yeah. Sir, that's Kinesis. My God.
My God. Lord help us.
They tried. Chonka was there, and not even the Lord.
Yeah,
he couldn't do it.
You can't even 1v1 the god of Siege. You can't even get out with that. The defense now, looking to make some answers to this. They have some anti-nades. Aqua bringing a Wamai, great gun in hand as well, and he's able to get rid of some of those nades. They don't find kills that round. If there's a Capitao indeed coming from Angel, then he'll also delay his Capitao bolts or relocate them where they'll be practically useless. And that's actually one of those hard counters that looks like the attackers haven't been able to find on their scanning, so they're going to be locking in a Capitao.
I mean, I don't think we can overstate any point in time how much Kinesis is doing right now for Fanshawe, keeping them and their hopes of a series extension alive. 12 kills in the round, trying to find something early. There was Maze, but none of the shots land either way.
Yeah, it looks like we got a spray of blood on our end of the observation feed, but
it's fake blood. It was ketchup.
As damage. Yep. He just dropped the ketchup.
My sandwich.
Oh no. All right, Impact EMP is on UG. He's playing Blackbeard here for the ability to have the face shield up on there. It doesn't do a whole lot for you, but when you're in a peak battle like he's about to be, looking directly into Armory, one shot could be all it takes to get you up ahead.
Well, again, it's just surviving that first touch. Is UG finding that one that he's finally been looking for. The Blackbeard perhaps rolling for him. The Scar ringing out loud, having the headshot there. You talk about the peak. That was the answer. And sitting at just above half HP, it was perfect for him there.
Yep, and he brings those EMP charges, which allowed the Selma charges to go off, finding just about their full value and keeping suppressed the players that are back there. We know now that there's a Tachanka as well. Fire's going to be going both ways, making sure that no one is either right outside of the breach or right ahead of half wall. But Tachanka is still going to be able to hang out on his preferred location. Delord making some advances over by break room as well. With Genesis bringing up the rear by office, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and that full off flank for Fanshawe, who are looking great this round.
Well, looking solid, but now the question is this all a fallacy or is it true strength right now? 5-3 Louisville. Wanting to find an answer here on the offensive side, and Angel!
God.
That's your friend! Nothing friendly about that fire as Ugg goes down. He was having the round that he needed to get back on Blackbeard, but unfortunately the face shield doesn't protect against friendly fire. 4-1 though.
Yeah, just looking absolutely dominating. Aqua all alone. His gadgets aren't going to do a lot for him. He's just going to win a ton of gunfights, and Delord is able to freely start planting the diffuser, doing all of the decoding necessary. He's got a yellow ping to be working off of. Hopefully that's enough for him to find the kill, and he does.
Aqua has one.
Got my...
Has two. Now it's a 2v1. We saw this the other way before. 30 seconds left. Aqua playing slow here. Gonna try and bait out another 1v1 he's got an eye on, but that's gonna be perfect shots from guess who? Genesis slamming the door shut and giving Fanshawe another round.
Okay. See, I was thinking maybe this attack swap would be what it takes to really turn this match on its head, and two really commanding rounds in a row for Fanshawe. One of them on the back of Genesis for sure, but the second one, just a dominating attack on second floor. We saw a little bit of one of our common attacks on Armory side that University of Louisville doesn't really have incorporated, or at least that we've seen today, and it works out just phenomenally for the Falcons. Now we're going to head to the complete opposite side of the objective. It's going to be bathroom and tellers on the first floor, so this will shake things up quite a bit, but the second floor domination is no less important for this objective.
It certainly isn't. But you have to also think, Fanshawe, they gave him a homie stock too. Unintentionally so, but still coming out on top. Feeling good right now here. Round 9, 4 apiece in Louisville. I think that Cardinal might be turning a little bit green, feeling uneasy right now.
Ooh, I like that bear trap Aqua's placing down right now on this half wall. That's probably going to be droned out right there, though. Hopefully information goes out to all of the attackers. We have seen a couple of them go down this match, so we wouldn't want to see that repeat fate. It's an unfortunate one to have. Always look down. Always look down when you're mantling.
Always look down. It's just like a game about bricks and breaking logs, and we can say. Can I say other games here? I know.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, it's like Minecraft. You gotta be making sure. Okay, we did. That's right. All right.
No, we can't acknowledge Minecraft, the forbidden game.
The forbidden cube. Oh man.
Nah, we keep our poly counts high.
Okay. All right. My bad. You know, we had our shaders on. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, right now, shade being thrown either way. Both teams just wanting to find something repelling upward again. The verticality of this map coming out as Fanshawe, 2 rounds back to back, having an answer, wanting to get in the lead for the first time in this series. Is that drone? I think finding some vital information there. Just playing patiently, knowing that roamer's sitting waiting.
Yeah, Icarus of all people shouldn't be getting stared at by a drone this long. I think he's still not found it. Oh. Yeah, there we go. The soft peak war finally going Candace's way. It was looking dicey for him for a second there, but Icarus just was too hesitant to lay on the trigger.
We have to think about it also. The amount of lead being thrown down range at any point can counterbalance any lack of skill in the moment, and that's why I love guns with big mags.
Oh, you would have loved LMG meta. You
yes,
really would have.
I did.
Oh my god, 2 kills for Maze. Okay, exactly what the defenders need here, especially after losing that earlier kill. Ugg finds Aqua, though, slowing things back down. Opening up the opportunity to try and get to office. Maze still surviving on 1 HP. He's got to make his exit, and he is able to get down there.
Qualsy, though, getting dropped by Ugg. Ugg finding 2 in a row. A triple kill here for Ugg. Feeling good right now. Wants to find one more and spraying down his Maze. He put down Genesis, so now it becomes another 1v1, but a sliver of HP sitting on Maze.
this round is actually going to be all about Maze's teammates. If they can bring him any intel to find where Ugg is, he has nothing to work off right now. He retreated back upstairs. You can see him double guessing on himself. He wasn't sure. He's like, am I going to run right into someone with 1 health? There's not much he can do. He just has to get the drop on Ugg as he did Ugg's teammates. This 1v1 is so intense. Oh, this is huge. Having the air jab still available, it's going to make it so much easier for him to make this plant go off. Oh,
wait a minute.
Okay. He looks down at the very last moment, but Maze has made the rotation all the way back after dropping down from bridge above. He hears the gunshot, and that frost mat that we were looking at the beginning of the round is the round-deciding piece of gadgetry.
Man, and Louisville teetering. His ears are ringing, eyes starting to roll in the back of their head, find their footing and strike back into Fanshawe. Round 10 getting drafted ahead of us here. And both of these teams, I'll be honest, even though if you're Fanshawe and you just lost that round, I think both these teams are happy to be where they are right now. On Louisville's side, I think they could feel like they should be down a bit further the way that Kinesis has just been throwing poor birds left and right.
Yeah, the gameplay is absolutely heated up in this half. A welcome sight to see for sure. And we're getting so many players just taking their turns, really showing off what they're all about. Heading to vents this time. For those of you really paying attention, I said the vents was bathroom earlier, so this is me correcting that.
Let's go.
For anyone upset about that. We got the castle coming back again. I don't think Fanshawe has shown us a sledge yet, so that might once again require Kinesis to be using fragmentation grenades on castle barricades, which is not a sight you want to be seeing, especially on someone who's shown us that they're going to be capable of dropping those on players instead.
And so again, 10 seconds left in this information gathering phase, and I think if I'm Louisville, again, this is from the most outsider point of view I think I can have. I want to find Kinesis, and I want him done within the first 45 seconds. I don't even want to deal with sweating and worrying about it. Ugg has come alive. I think 3 rounds ago had only 1 kill to their name. Has answered the call and starting to get more and more warmed up. And so this is perhaps, I'd say it's the Kinesis buff, you know? We watched the plays happen. We watched him sweating underneath the weight of the team. And then Ugg puts his hand on his shoulders like, I got you, pal. Then Mai and Angel step up. No, we got you. All together as the Lurd comes through. The team work, making the dream work right now, but still down a point here. And that's an immediate trade, but it's not a trade like you want to see. Is the Lurd saying, oh my.
Well, a double, or an unconventional double entry through Tellers, it goes okay. It goes okay. Taking out Icarus actually is pretty impactful, though, because as long as you have Kinesis, Icarus is the one you need to be looking for on the roam. So taking him off the clock once again, and every time that they've killed him in the beginning of the round, they have gotten the round. So that might be a good precedent to be setting, especially since Mai's main job was to be seeking out the roamers. Ooh. That's not enough droning to work. You can't be jumping in there.
That was a little double headshot action there. 3-3. So we find our teams just above 50% of power, and so both of them taking the steps back to kind of reevaluate and figure out what they want to do. And I'd like to think Aqua not setting up any type of equipment there, just wanted to look down at the PC, trying to see if there's any notifications on the Twitter or anything like that.
Okay, so we got 2 defenders up on the second floor. They've got open hatches, though, which means that they can rotate back onto servers pretty quickly. The attack has themselves redeployed pretty heavily, smoking out, their original entry point and coming back in. But once again, the drone intel is lacking, and some of that lead has been squandered away. A little bit of intel does exist for Delurd to be working off of. He's got to look for a player over here in customs. It's a tight angle to be working with, though. He'll be hard-pressed to find the head.
Angel right now holding an angle and holding bullet wounds as he just caught a lot around the corner. Just hoping for something, hoping perhaps against hope right now as Maze setting down right on top of the objective, just wanting to hold these angles and continue to milk this clock and force Fanshawe into an unfavorable push.
Nice eyes on Delurd there, finding the sliver of his opponent. That's a dangerous rotate hole. And Diffuser's down now. Kowalski's been waiting for this opportunity for a while. He's got a beeper, but he doesn't even need it. As soon as a foot steps through that threshold, it is gone. And now Angel's really pinned. He can't go back into the hallway. Oh, he can't even go into this hallway. With eyes on him from all 3 directions, he's been just locked in the bathroom.
My favorite whole thought about that is when the diffuser went down, I don't know if Angel actually looked, but all I can imagine was Capitow's character just looking through the hole, seeing the diffuser laying on the ground, knowing there's someone staring at him from above, someone staring from the left, someone staring from the right, and just going, well, this is my life now.
All right. Well, things started looking a lot more up for Fanshawe for a couple rounds there. They evened things up once they got onto the attack and had some dominant rounds, but a clutch and a much more evened out win in this last round for Louisville has them really in the driver's seat once again. It's a 6-4 score count. This means 2 rounds in a row have to go in the favor of the Falcons, or they are out of this match entirely, and University of Louisville gets to stay uncontested. No losses dropped to any other teams. It has to turn on right now.
It is now or never. And so I really wonder what Fanshawe can do. And it is, for lack of better terminology, you have to ride the hot hand. You have to go back to Kennedy. You have to hope against hope that maybe we can find a little bit more fuel to the fire. Get just finding some good use with the IQ here. Again, got the cap perhaps. You're going to see some information there, but you have to catch Icarus early. You talked about it. They knocked him down in that one, but that was the first time where we saw that domino fall, and they didn't get the round win.
Yeah, the other really scary player for Louisville right now, and plenty of them have shown exactly why they're here. They've shown us their mettle. But right now, the one really scary for the terms of this match, I think, is Maze. While he has skyrocketed to a great KD.
Only 16
pushing
kills.
20 kills, yeah. With that 6, that's a 10-kill differential. Awesome to see. But where he's really shining even is when he trades out or gets 2 for 1 at the beginning of a round. He's doing a great job of locating to wherever the attack is coming in. And we see him right now, right below this, trying to find what he's looking for. Which is, once again, that entry. Is that a Capcan trap? Oh, no. Yeah, it's going to take about half a health bar.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Kennedy, no. Cut down at the knees by a spray of shrapnel, bits of nails, and gunpowder. Iggy finding another. Here is Louisville trying to just put them down. Iggy getting another, this time a headshot as well. 5-2 right now. Ugg has one in reply. This is really going to be resting on Ugg and Angel's shoulders here. Ugg has come alive, but is there enough in the tank? Does he have the magic to pull through?
Yeah, at this point, we thought that Maze would have been really impactful on the opening kills, but Capcan traps are going to do the job, and now Maze down out of the count. His teammates are more than capable. They're showing us, especially Iggy, who's been quiet for most of this match, but just keeps confidently peeking that angle, finding the peak scene. He's, oh no, this one is absolutely freeze. Icarus looking for the knife. Oh, and his patience pays off too. He almost has the 2K.
Whoa.
He does get down as well, but 3 health left, or a little bit more, almost 10 health left for Ugg, and a 1v3. Very worthwhile trade of health and a kill.
Oh.
Bullets come through, and Kowalski just finishes this one up. Louisville happily moving on 4-0. A perfect first half to their entire spring 23 season.
And it all rests on the back of none other than Icarus. Again, a lot of players don't have the patience there. Knows he's not spotted. He's not giving any intel. He's got a kill confirmed no matter what. I'm going to keep you in my sights, and I'm going to let you show me your teammate. And then wanting to take the for sure kill, then switching back as soon as you lost 4 target, taking it down, forcing a 1v2 and a 1v1, and then closing it up.
Yeah, I think the one thing he didn't anticipate for, funny enough, is that Sledge, if you're not getting the headshot, it takes a lot more bullets now that they buffed him to a 3 armor. So he's got the 150 health to be working with, and with P90, it actually takes quite a few bullets. So he had just a little less time to work with than he thought, but still a masterful call. Like, casters constantly praise a player for their trigger discipline in a situation like that, but it is fully heated. Very, very good trait to have as a player, the wisdom to make both those kills. Not quite the 2 kills, but make it happen right there. We had some great hero plays all throughout this matchup, but in the end, we get that 2-0. University of Louisville Black moving on with their 4-0 record in Emergence Division. Fanshawe Fuel Academy now sitting at 1-3. That's their first half of the season, but they're not out at all yet. I think they're still very much in contention for getting out in playoffs where they can continue their season even past the normal regulation season.
I think that is easily a series that they should and are going to want to hang their hat on, taking the juggernaut that has been the Cardinals I mean, they didn't take him to map 3, but it felt like in the heat of the moment, in the 4-4 swing, you were like, oh, this is going to go the distance. We got a good chance. Kenneth is just making hero plays, getting online. But, I mean, as soon as you saw that door of hope just start to creep open, it was slammed shut.
Yeah, and beautifully so. But that will bring conclusion to this match. There should be more to come. I don't know the specifics on it for tonight, unfortunately. Okay, 8:30 Eastern time. Well, yeah, the voice from on high tells us. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's a perfect schedule, and it'll continue to be up here in between the matches. So 8:30 Eastern time, we'll have Columbia College and U Ottawa Garnet coming back to give you guys even more Rainbow Six Siege, and there should be some on the secondary stream as well. I don't know if the voice on the high has more intel on that one. Maybe not.
Voice
but
of this guy's
you
got
can pop
nothing.
over to NECC_2, and you can check out what's going on there as well. As I've had the opportunity. I've been a little busy for the last hour or so, but have a great one, everybody. It's been great to cast with you here, Foof.
It's awesome working with you,
great
man.
to have you
You're
dropping
really tall
in.
now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you'd
Yeah,
be the
it's
one
funny how
dropping in.
All right, well, have a great one, folks. And Iggy trying to cover his movement into sight. He just has to make every flick. He sees the gunshots. They're right around this door. Genesis peeking around, and he pushes too far. There's no one there, but there has previously been a Fanshawe. Falcon playing there just about each round. Maze just attacker right outside there. He just has to find a way to stop the defuse from going down.
Well, currently we have a headshot. Genesis, though, has a retaliatory strike, and this is Hello Fanshawe!
Kenneth is looking absolutely dominating.
To find an answer here on the offensive side.
And the diffuser doing all of the decoding necessary. He's got a yellow ping to be working on. Hopefully that's enough for him to find the kill, and he does.
Aqua has
He's
one.
got mine.
Kill here for Ugg. Feeling good right now. Wants to find one more and
Much easier for him to make this point go off. Oh,
wait a minute.
Okay. He looks down, just keeps confidently peeking that angle, find the peak sees. Oh no, this one is
Smart.
absolutely easy. Chris Lowing.
Beautiful.
Knife. Oh, and his patience pays off too. He almost has.
Welcome everyone to the NECC Highlighted Week number 3, where we bring you all the action from the previous week that you might have missed. My name's Orbital, and you know what it is, so let's go ahead and get right into it. Here's the highlights of this week's play.
We'll set up the double Sentinel instead of the double Duelist out of Illinois, so let's see how that matchup goes, considering that it's made for that, and the Sentinel's the one who comes out at first.
Oh, wow. 2-3! Oh my goodness! Where the attackers are looking for. Hunter's Fury being sent out. They're trying to stop the plan. 2 huge kills!
Person advantage, although Nade's gonna swipe out, finds that kill onto Psycho. The time, not great. Series George jump!
It on their own is only able to take one before falling, but Quick, and now a drop. A more util means it's open when you shoot through the box, and Quick said Quick with the quick trigger finger takes a 3K. Cold finds Quick. Still looking for one more. Plant goes down. Shells go out and actually stop the plant, so that's more than enough. Cold flushing out Egg, looking for one more at least. Go around the corner. You get the headshot. Cold, what are you doing? You are a monster. Can you clutch this up? Can you clutch this up? 32 HP on one, and you do. Oh.
Is still up top. It is all up to Wet Sock to get that diffuser. They take down Joe Glowstoner. You stay prone. You win the game.
No! What is he
And
doing?
it's Kataba! Wet Sox is upstairs doing whatever. There is no getting the diffuser down in this scenario. One shot on the mirror, down. Glowstoner is gone. Inside of blue remains that Yada, and he gets it.
Picked up as it'll be sole point now for Arcadia. Paranoia used, diving on in, looking on to enemy 80 carry. King Moron still alive, but not for long as Heimer gets that kill. And now it's Reset City. Heimer looking for more. It's a triple kill for the Darius. His ghost is not quite up, but Renata W helps him out plenty. Lands the hook, make it a quadra kill for the Darius. Blood in the water. He wants this pentakill, and the stun lands. He lands the E. Exhaust goes down, looking for the kill.
Top side, very important. Leon got the shutdown on Fungus Dungus.
Indeed he did. Under the turret, though, is not a good place to be because 2 kills going over to Dipinator. Leon V9 turns around. He's going to take someone with him. Never mind. But I think he knows that there's no opportunity he gets out of this one alive. He's going in. He doesn't care. He finds the steal, though. That's huge.
Immediately going to peel back, so UMT do get double knocked up. But the root comes out, and then a 3-man stun into the Fiddle ulti. It is the Wombo combo of dreams.
Fire Strike to combo with his end. The Fire Strike scorches Hammer, but Quicks lays down a slam. Euphoria in the front line as Quicks swings for the fences and comes up with a quad. Quicks to lay it down. Hopefully RPI are going to see that there's no Ryan in the front line. Oh, but they don't. 3 get stunned. Luckily, the Immortality Field is there, but it matters not. The Deadeye cleans house in the back line.
Isaac Pro opting to play off this here. Good call off there. Is now it's another touch towards the midfield. A soft one of the tire is going to drop it back down. He's going to find the second touch. Staples, are you kidding me?
And yeah, I mean, I like that 50 there in the midfield,
Actual
won by
contest.
Mizzou. Yes, actual contest, actual physicality on the ball, and that sets up the goal right there.
From Little, now it's going back the other way, open on the other side. The flag gets the same way. Basil from going in.
Of course, even with all the highlights, there are just some funny moments that we've had throughout the week, so let's not forget them as well. Here's some of the funnier moments, some of the unfortunate moments, and just straight up silly. Here are the misclicks of week 3.
Oh, what kind of fake a little presence here? There was no fakes at all. It was all just, oh no, Jules, what are you doing?
All the way around one swing. Do they find him? They can't quite get it on target. They won't pick up a gun. It doesn't matter.
Side of Kataba, and they gotta convert off of that. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think you can throw that up there. Yeah, that was the same spot. Please don't do it again. Come on, man.
Round 3.
Jupiter, come on. Please don't put it there again.
Round 4.
Jupiter, please stop, man.
Can't get it in. What done, buddy? Oh, still up. Take it back and take the uncle.
Hey, it goes in and we take those. Nothing wrong with that.
And that concludes week number 3. Week number 4 will be kicking off with Valorant once again on Monday at 5 p.m. EST, so make sure not to miss all the action. Thank you so much for tuning in to the NECC Highlighted.
And welcome back, everybody, to your NECC Rainbow Six Siege Legends Division. We have a riveting matchup that's already underway between Columbia College and U Ottawa Garnet. My name is Binks, also joined by the wonderful Corbik. And Corbik, I think without further ado, we're going to jump right on into our game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get it queued up as quick as we can and see where that. Not too far into it, as I understand. This is map number 1, correct?
Yes.
Binks, I know that you've been paying attention, so you could probably give a better understanding of what's been happening.
Yeah, so just a little recap. U Ottawa has been very, I don't dominant. I would not put that word on the defensive end. The first round, we saw a really aggressive rush-type play from Columbia, and I do believe that those logos are flipped up above. And we saw that U Ottawa did a really good job of being able to come back, and around this seemed unwinnable. And it's from little quick kills like that where Galax I Toga is just able to swing around and stay alive after the frag, or get multiple frags before they get traded out, Corbik. And it's been largely that type of matchup where if you don't get your trade, then it is going to weigh the defenders.
Well, that often is the case, right? And it's a gun skill issue to a certain extent as well. And as we often say here in the world of Rainbow Six Siege, as much as it is a game of strategery, it is also a game of shooting, and you have to get your kills. And there's Ghostly picking up a kill as we speak, 40-ish seconds here in this round number 3. Traeger now moving in on the top side, also securing, gonna work his way down the stairs there, checks in towards bomb site, and no one on location. Unfortunately, he was looking the wrong way, because Starmoon goes ahead and secures the kill, and a 2v4 situation now here for the remaining members of Columbia. Make it a 1v4. It's all down to David to finish it himself. He just walks in and finishes them off as easy as you please.
And that was a perfect sweep for Ottawa, the tactical timeout being called by Columbia. And especially on Cafe, we saw that a second floor defense had the U Ottawa I don't know if I can call them the GGs. The Garnet, I'm sorry, the U Ottawa right next to where I'm at with Queens, and they're the GGs. I'm so used to calling them that. So excuse me. You know what? They go to Ottawa. They would be happy with me calling them the GGs. And I hope this is the right Ottawa, because I looked into them, and every research I did, it is that they are the Canadian Ottawa team. So fellow Canadians represent. But back to my point before I get too sidetracked, Corbik. In that scenario, we really saw that all the players on the second floor, the castle of all people, was able to stay. David has yet to die. I want to add that in. He had a big clutch in the first round where he was able to swing all the way from playing down below for a bar strat and make his way back up to the third floor to deny any sort of round for Columbia. And even then, staying away from the site, maintaining the extension was so very powerful.
Yeah, indeed, and just very aggressive defensive play as well. You saw them not really hesitating to take those gunfights there. Cafe is, I wouldn't say it's the most defensively oriented map, but it does generally tend to run towards the defensive side, so you're probably seeing that reflected a little bit here as well. With that in mind, though, you kind of want to hope to see Columbia sort of figure this out, right? That was kind of the tertiary bomb site that should have probably gone a little bit better than some of the other ones. Something's clearly being miscommunicated, and they need to go ahead and fix it. My guess, in the first place, I often start with situations like this, is just droning. Like, I feel like there's a serious lack of information game on the side of Columbia that's probably impacting their ability to, really make things stick. So a very simple issue to fix, or at least simple in the short term, right? To just get better droning out there and to provide yourself with a little bit better intel. Stop walking into situations, where you're creeping down the gray staircase, you look around and you literally cannot tell where anybody is, right? You don't want to be face checking that if you can avoid it.
Exactly. As we have our attack phase, I like that we had a great job of our spectator highlighting the extension down below. This is very reminiscent of the first round from David, and this is completely different from what we saw Columbia do in the first round, where you had an Amaru and a very aggressive take into Cocktail, which was largely successful if it weren't for the clutch from David. But I'll die down on all of those first round points because we have a lot to discover, especially diagnosing this hold from what used to be called Pixel, and I think it is still called Pixel Corner, Corbeck, if I'm not mistaken. And it's so powerful to hold with Wamai and a shield because there's no use in trying to get utility. And in combination, I want to highlight the emphasis on a Jaeger ADS being positioned there as well. You Ottawa using a lot of utility to ensure this position does not go the way of Columbia.
Right, and that's something that they're going to kind of have to actively prepare for. Interesting how fascinated they are with that potential run out. I mean, we're looking at almost a minute in time, and you're still kind of covering that. I get that's probably part of a stage sort of setup process, but I don't know that you need to devote all that much time to checking down on that angle. Irregardless, just looking at the way that the defenders have set up here, again, it's a very similarly structured defense, almost to what we saw last time. The pixel angle is down, and that's good news. Like the idea, though, that Xander's kind of shifting back into position here to try and pick up a different angle out of the bathroom, right? It's just a series of peeling back the layers of the defense, trying to get better positioning. But again, talk about the droning issue. I believe it's the mute, I want to say David, just kind of sitting down there on the low ground. They have no idea, right, that mute is on the second floor, and that means a nitro cell probably somewhere in the future.
Oh my goodness, you are a prophet, Corbeck, and there's David with his 8th straight kill without a death onto Ghostly, and that's going to be your sledge off the board. No more real soft destruction. Now the shield inside of Pixel has been broken, but that does not stop Xander from trying to hold it. Swing around, they'll see that both the Ayana is pushing up with the Zofia, trying to capture. The proximity mines are giving away their position, and there's going to be Trager to be able to find the frag, as well as the Zofia of Jason able to collect on the frags, that giving the man advantage to Columbia, making great use of that tactical timeout. The remaining players are getting ready to stage an attack with the remaining 35 seconds. Slowly, they're trying to push up. Phil able to find another kill as David finally has their first death, all left up to the hands of the DK and Galaxy Eye, Maestro as well as Smoke. Two great operators to have in this late game as these toxic babes are denying any push into sight. 15 seconds. Things are starting to get tense. They have to go for a plant. Still one more toxic babe in the pocket as Galaxy will detonate it, but they will eventually fall. Spray, the Maestro finds one to deny the plant, but won't be enough as the Ayana just waiting on the side of New Balcony will find the frag, and Columbia is now on the board.
Well, it's about time they pick someone off, and on the primary bomb side as well. So credit where credit is due right there that they were able to walk that one in. A little bit more passive defense on the side of Ottawa right there, and I feel like that was partially a contributing factor to that. I mean, in all honesty, you know, it was a matter, I think, too, of the fact that they just didn't get more play off of the information gaps like they had on the previous maps. For example, the mute David being unmarked down on the second floor, that was not able really to manifest into much outside of that one nitro cell kill, which is obviously, that's not a bad, that's a very positive thing to have happen if you're sitting on the defense. But you almost would have liked to have seen a lot more come of that, I guess, in the long run. It's all good, though. Columbia's bound to win a couple. They almost have to, really, if they want to keep themselves viable here in the match. So that's where we're at. And we go back down to the kitchen service site. I actually really kind of almost prefer this bomb site to the third floor. I know the reason that it's played often as a secondary is because it does have the bigger, much more big issue of verticality. But as a site, I do feel like a lot of the time it allows for a more staged defense because you really can fight almost floor by floor. And you should see some of the members of Ottawa, example, Xander here, kind of kicking out into those positions while currently filling Solus's sort of, I don't even know if we'd say secondary. It almost feels like a primary role sometimes here. Banks of drone hunting. She's very good at that.
Yeah, interesting to run both the mute and Solus together. Of course, mute does deny the actual utilization, and Xander effectively finds it. So, very good synergy between the two when they're both taken together, but not necessarily needed. I do also like to see a lot of extension towards that second floor as it allows a team like this where they're trying to rush in. You can hold that vertical arrows right above where Traeger is right now. They can break down the ceiling and just be shooting down rather than playing that vulnerable angle that Galaxy just died from. Regardless, we're going to see that Moon is able to get the refrag as 3 players are just sitting inside of Bakery, just trying to spray in. Oni to find a kill onto David, giving this a 4v3, as some of the players of U Ottawa are just struggling to get back to site. Smoke being cooked in by Oni. They look to be going for the plant, and oh, this is exactly what I was talking about, where you have these vertical floors that are going to favor the attackers now. Plant being attempted. It is going to be killed from Xander up above. Great verticality, but does Philly know he's going to grab the defuse, try to run all the way out of sight, and it does look like this first hold off from U Ottawa has been successful, but Philly is going for it once again. Trying to find the plant will be successful as they got a spot that is not vulnerable from up above. 3v2 favoring U Ottawa, make that 1v3, as Jason is going to have to clutch up for their team if they want to have a chance at ending this half off evenly. Looking to the vertical angle, once again going to be vulnerable. Flashbang being cooked out. 3 players, all they have to do is hold the angle, sprayed out from the breach hole, and it's going to be Moon to find the defuse with more than enough time remaining.
Well, I can't win them all. In that case, it wasn't even close to winning, so that's okay. I mean, the fact that they got the plant down was good, obviously. I mean, you want to get the plant down if you can, but not when it comes at sort of a monomaniacal lack of focus on other parts of the map, right? Like, ideally, you don't want to plant, unless you're really sure that you can protect that plant, right? You don't want to plant when you still have a fair number of defenders up and moving around, because you're just exposing yourself to the potential counterattack, which is essentially how that went. And not a lot really that Columbia could do to fend that off. The pressure obviously now on them, right, Binks? Because they want to get out of this with a 4-2. You really don't want to split in a 5-1. You just don't want to be there, right? So you've got to win this round. You're on the tertiary bomb site. You played it once before. It didn't go particularly well. But theoretically, or presumably, you've picked up some lessons, right? You know some things. You know how to play a little bit differently. And it does seem to be an issue for Columbia, just verticality in general. They're not doing a particularly great job, I would say, of securing verticality. They're not doing a particularly good job of playing off of it either. And that's something that I think they really probably need to kind of dramatically focus on here in order to be a little bit more effective, even on this bomb site, which does almost require sort of 2 horizontal takes.
Yeah.
But it's got important to remember, the reason that you go for the horizontal take on the top floor is because you want vertical control. So the fact that they don't even have a sledge, for example, to me is like, oh, well, I think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a sledge in this situation just to help out with that a little bit and get you 2 more frag
Is that
grenades.
3? Was that all 3 Jaeger ADSs?
Yes. I think they're putting in a big hold there on the construction area, which isn't actually totally nonsensical. Like, that actually makes some decent sense. And again, would be another good situation where you have a sledge, because once you burn those ADSs out, it would obviously make it a lot easier for you to take that particular position. Said that, they don't actually have anybody playing it, so that could be a little problematic there at the start.
Yeah, if they just push up and are able to use bullets, which an ADS does not have the capability to stop, unfortunately. I do like the fact that they are getting into sight and possibly being a little bit more aggressive with their droning. I think it's important that Columbia clears this top floor before the 130 mark. Anything after that is going to be a lot more desperation than control, and that's something that I'm not too fond of. And I like this play of holding to the right of the shield, not even necessarily using it, as that's mainly used for someone on white stairs to come and push up and assist, that you see from the smoke of Moon, who's able to just completely cut that off. And we have the castle barricades that's broken and nades being cooked out, trying to get rid of any sort of bulletproof camera. I like this push so far, but the matter is, have they droned out the Jaeger? Do they know where he's playing? And will they be able to properly clear this out? Now, Tracer is able to take a tiny bit of damage. David spraying up above. What a tight hole, but is going to be the Lion to win that one out with a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, a little rotation back to site, as with a minute 20 to go, this is this crucial moment. They have not taken the second floor, even though everyone has rotated back down, and they have not taken the proper operators to make use, as Sophia has only 2 impact grenades left and a breaching charge.
And it's, again, you're struggling now to take advantage. Again, this is the verticality. At least you're getting it, right? You're getting the kills. It would be a lot easier if you could open up more holes in the floor. But hey, you're still making something work off of this here. Good ping from Trigger right there, actually, to open this up. Like, that's genuinely the perfect time to unleash that. And you're just trying to shove Ottawa, the last 2 defenders, to the backside of the map so you can clean them up. just like that. There's one down. Hopefully they'll be able to just get this plant in, which is going to force a very uncomfortable situation for Xander, right? Make it almost impossible, I would say, for them to adequately kind of clutch this. Good lord, just a field of nines up there. And unfortunately, by not taking out Ghostly right away, they're not quite able to sort of secure their positioning. They get hit by the stun grenade as well. This is a valiant effort by Xander, but look at how far away they are from the diffuser here, Banks. They still have to fight their way back through all of that. And you only got 20 seconds left on the clock. Functionally, it's like 10, and there you have it. The flawless round coming in. An excellent closer on the attacking half, despite Columbia's struggles.
Yeah, that's really telling that Columbia still has a stake in this map. And I think it's important to mention this is the map pick of Columbia, Korvik. I think we have not mentioned the maps yet. So we have our first map of Cafe selected by Columbia. Then we have Ottawa selecting Border. And we have our decider of Villa should we need it later on in the night. So interesting to see if we will go the full mile. I don't think we are getting to that point yet where we can make a prediction, but I do like that Ottawa was very consistent on that first half, 3 consecutive rounds in a row, but Columbia's adapting. A team that can adapt and overcome is often better than a stagnant team, Korvik. So I'm interested to see how these teams are going to develop through these next 3 hours, potentially.
I mean, you've got to think about it, right? And there has to be a reason that Columbia wants to play Cafe. And looking at their attacking half, I don't necessarily see what the justification was, which makes me think, okay, well, if it's not the attacking half, then presumably it's going to be on the defensive side, right? Like, they want to pick this up because they feel really comfortable with the defense here. You know, they're running this relatively standard. You have the potential for the sort of pixel hold, and I assume that's where the Warden Shield is probably going to go. And yeah, there it is. A couple of ADS is being thrown around there. So a very standardized defensive setup. The addition of the castle barricades just making it a little bit easier for them to kind of increase survivability. Always an interesting castle barricade, by the way, the one that's set up right there that you just saw before we switched over to the cam view. It sort of prevents those long sight lines, but it is a divider in and of itself. And this is a bold play here, Vince. I never know what to make of people when they do this. I genuinely never know, because this is the ultimate feast or famine style play.
So we have multiple people setting up. We do have the sledge, which is going to open it up. But if they're on the wrong side, it won't be able to connect onto anything. C4 cooked out and over towards the second hatch. Nothing to result from that utility expenditure. Nonetheless, I like those type of plays. It is an explosive way to start the half and definitely a good way to chalk the mental of any attackers that have just gone on to something, because it's a good little mental reset.
Yeah, it is, and putting a hole in the humidor there as well, never a bad decision for a mute player. Though, as a good piece of advice, if you are going to poke a little hole in the humidor, for those of you who ever are in that position, make it small. Because it's a lot harder to see than if you put a whole shotgun blast into it. But that's neither here nor there. Just a note for future work. Jason is the one who is still going to hold this position. And I mean, that Mossberg is deadly there if he can catch him on the drop. Should be more than enough to kind of secure the top of red, at least for the moment. He is very patiently waiting, or I should say impatiently waiting, given how he's sort of dancing around. And there's the kill. That was David, who fell in prone, which I admire the kind of idea, I think, but unfortunately did not just work out. Now Xander in a very uncomfortable upside-down gunfighteroo with someone who's got a much smaller slot to shoot through than he does.
Yeah, exactly. And I really found that within this round, it's been really dominant from Columbia, just being able to hold exactly what angle they are looking for. So I don't really know what to make of it. I don't know if it's the drone game that we need to be taking a closer look at. But Ottawa has struggled to just displace a lot of the Columbia players from their positioning.
Yeah, true. And Xander's in below here, which is actually kind of problematic. But with only about 3 players left, I don't know how they're going to muster the necessary utility, basically, to get this done. Star Moon, I think, waiting for Xander to play on the backside here so they can get a trade. And sure enough, it'll be Xander who kind of takes the point. And that's a very dangerous position for Xander to be in. The trade doesn't come through. Phil just makes 2 kills out of it. And that basically buries Ottawa's chances here on the first attack. Unfortunate indeed. I mean, they had the right idea. Unfortunately, just not the right execution. Not fast enough on the draw. As I believe Galaxy is taking a bit of a pause. Let's say this is a unofficial tactical timeout.
Aren't those the best type of timeouts, if we're
They
being
are the
honest?
best. Indeed.
But yeah, in my personal opinion, that's the right type of play to go for if you're the last one alive. I think Uada really needs to. I don't know. I got a phone ringing here, but yeah,
it's you, Ottawa.
It's you, Ottawa.
They heard what you said.
Yes. Please work on your drone game. Yeah, I just want to thank you for calling. Yes. Oh, you're a listener of the show? Oh, no way. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that is crazy. But yes, the drone game. Sorry, I should probably loop you guys in on the conversation. It's you, Ottawa, saying, oh, we're going to work on our drone game. And this time, expect the perfect cookie cutter play that you've been waiting and dreaming to see. That second floor clear, that is all us.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
At the radio station, by the way, if anybody's wondering why Banks is getting phone calls.
Not just a phone call. A loud 1980s, not 1980s.
Yeah, the old
1990s.
phone. I used to work at a college radio station once. We had the same thing. So, and I used to work late night shifts. I did like 3:30 to 6 a.m. So I got all the crazies calling in, which was always fun. But anyway, I digress. Back we are to the game here in round 8. You, Ottawa, I mean, they still got the round advantage, and they will continue to maintain that. This is getting, though, in here kind of close to round must-win territory, right? Like, you're on this bomb site. You don't really want to give up your advantage in terms of the overall round count. And that begins to put, I think, a lot of pressure on the team to perform. It's very kind of... I mean, they're doing the typical top floor hold. I just am curious to see, because Ottawa does something very similar, right, on their defense, whether they're going to play into that heavily, Binks, or whether they're going to provide like a little bit of a different approach to this, especially when you add in those mirror windows, which makes it, I think, that much harder. That wasn't a mirror window. Why did I think that was a mirror window? What? Oh, man, I'm just going crazy.
Well, you see, you have the pulse sensor. It can see through walls. Mirrors can see through. It's so easy to get them mixed up, of course. Just the red tint compared to the lack of a tint of a mirror. I don't know. I've done the same thing in the past. It's just a very weird thing to think about. I like this little of a bait and switch from Ghostly. Although I don't know if I support the play of the pulse, where it is. Pulse is a staple of this site, but you could also be taking... a few different operator souls obviously comes to mind there as a new and fun pick to take. Yeah. But this is all on the second floor, and it's probably just to get a quick first pick and then be able to keep holding from down below. So I digress on that point. Trader, the first to fall on the defense side, that is your roaming Jaeger, as well as your top frag tied with Philly from Columbia. So still chances for things to come as Philly claims their dominant role as the kill leader before they are refragged. And this is
tell me that doesn't look like a mirror. You see that?
Yeah,
look at that.
Does. What? I did a double take.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
I was so close to saying like mirror in that scenario, and I don't know if you heard my little stutter pause. I'm like, don't do it.
What is that? Anyway, we'll have to figure it out later. They even played it like a mirror. They came off the backside. Kamira, wild times. Anyway, I was gonna say 4-3, now 4-1. Ottawa just racking them up in the must-win round, going incredibly well right here. Ghostly, the only one left alive, and I mean he's gonna have to display some supernatural powers here if he wants to keep his team in this. Gets one, then immediately wasted on the backside by Star Moon right there. No hesitation at all. Clips him as soon as he emerges around the corner.
I don't know if we have a replay of like what that wall was.
I don't know.
I'm sorry for me. If production could even like anyone in chat, please let us know if you know what that was, because that had us tripping up. I thought that was Amira, and I was so close to backing you up. Like, yeah, I thought frag tied with Philly from Columbia.
Okay, ready?
No. Still chances
for
was things to come.
What is it?
That's so weird. What? I don't know. Is it just a reinforced wall section? A bulletproof? Oh, maybe it's a reinforced wall section with a bulletproof on it. Like you put the bulletproof inside the hole that you punch. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. Of course I have.
Put that in the digest. We're gonna have to whichever one of these teams wins. So all the way back on round 8 of Cafe, there was something in the wall. Was it a mirror? The question of the day now. What's on the wall?
Indeed.
But
What's in the
we can let
box?
that. We'll try to let that one go. It's gonna keep me up at night. We're down to the first floor to kitchen, and a very default setup nowadays. Of course, Oni being the noticeable pick of souls, but they've really settled into cafe with the verticality and the electronics, where they can hold up above, going down below, trying to find that case. But you Ottawa on the offense, taking the Lion as well as Thatcher, Thermite, Ayana, Nomad. This lineup just reads a cookie cutter to bakery free verticality push, where you don't have that soft destruction per se, but you're gonna have all that control of red, or if you go through VIP, it's a lot of long angles they can hold.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, a very early kill right there, not going to help anything at all, because that was the Thatcher. That's the worst part of that, right? Is that's an actual really valuable operator to lose right there. So DKXMD, unfortunately, going down that early on. And that's going to, I think, kind of require Ottawa to play this a little bit different than what they originally intended. Because if I had to guess, this was supposed to be a very horizontal play. Like, you're literally supposed to come in, do this stereotypically, throw the Thatcher grenade, bust it open. You don't have that anymore, which means that you really, really have to take control of Bakery so you can get Star Moon to a position where they can use their temporary EMPs here. That said, Oni now picking up Star Moon. I spoke their name unto death, and your options for breaching are going away faster than you can count here, and it's barely been about 2 minutes. Not a great situation for the attackers.
I think we can largely credit that to Columbia's ability to just hold the wrangle. We still have the top frag 2.0 KD of David, looking to improve on it, spraying behind. They do have one nade left. Don't think they'll be able to use that spray out, as the Jaeger will be able to collect onto one more case dropped outside. An aggressive play potentially on the side of Columbia could result poorly, but Trager goes for 1 and 2. What a nice headshot to find there, as they're gonna be able to swing around and win the round for Columbus, as we're gonna be heading back most likely to the top floor for a third floor defense.
You would assume so. You would assume so. And it actually looks like they were thinking about second floor there for a moment. And instead they will take it up to third floor. Fine. We know what they want to play. You see the Warden coming in from Ghostly. It's going to be a very similar lineup to what they ran last time. Oh, I say that. And a little bit of flashing there of possibly a Kaid in the lineup, which would be an interesting choice. I'll be honest with you, though, Binks. Hard breach denial has not been, I think, an absolutely crucial part of this aspect, as is often the case on this cafe map. So I don't think there's anything particularly to worry about right there. And a fine set of choices here from them as well. Phil with the castle barricades, one to watch, because those are going to be, I think, the most crucial part of this overall defensive setup, just because he does a little bit of site restructuring, but obviously cannot discount Traeger, who's just been the sort of top fragger here for the Columbia squad.
Yeah, he really has. He's been able to do a great job in just every single aspect of his round, and he's hard to clear. And I think the one round that we saw you Ottawa win on this offense was when that Jaeger was the first one to be dismantled on the second floor defense.
5 seconds left.
Frick, I just want to, that's what,
Yes.
I have to consult the notes there. But as our prep phases come to an end, it does seem to be another cookie. If you're wondering why I say cookie cutter so much on Cafe, it's because of the repetitive clear and the repetitive setup that you have, where the meta is so well thought out on this map that you can see, especially from the floor holes that you have on red to try to deter people from dropping without clearing through Cigar, trying to waste time. Then you take it back another layer, then you have Pixel to stop people from trying to push in to clear Cigar. Then you have another layer of breaking the mini bar next to Skylight to deter people from going for a plant on default without properly clearing Cocktail. It's a big jigsaw puzzle where if you remove the wrong piece, something is going. It's like trying to take a book off a bookshelf or out of a stacked pile. It's all going to fall on you if you don't do it the right way. And if you try to rush and do it really quick, like pulling a sheet with a whole bunch of glasses on it, if you go really, really quick and get it done, it might be okay. Most of the time, it will not, and it will result in a round loss. So a very careful defuse from you, Ottawa, is required for the site.
Yeah, it is. It is. And you've got a good open up here, right? Like this is all going, I think, according to plan. If you're on the side of Ottawa, that frag comes rolling in, it kind of pushes them back a little bit, but you still haven't actually done what you need to do, which is secured the drop, right? And time is starting to tick away. You've got, I think, more bodies on this side than they initially anticipated, which could be problematic, especially like right here, because I don't think they have a good idea that Phil is in this position. That concussion grenade, I think, was maybe meant for Phil, might have just been fired in, but it's actually Xander who gets the early kill, and that was a well-timed one, taking Traeger down. We were just talking about the top frag. Jason out as well, and it looks like Ottawa might actually be in a position where they could roll through this one if they play it right. Oni hunting on the low ground here with the DMR, but these are close quarter battles. It's not the best DMR position whatsoever, and that's not the best position for Oni to be in, because Star Moon was waiting there and absolutely popped him as they came around the corner. Phil swings out and gets 2, and actually puts Columbia right back in the mix.
It does look like we have a round on our hands, Corbic. Phil finally being let up to a tiny bit of HP, but Ghostly trying to hold Pixel best they can. Crossfire from Phil. He'll find his 3rd on the round. Ottawa struggling to maintain the man advantage that they once had. There's David find his frag, refragged by Ghostly. Left in a 1v1. It is going to be Ace 3. Selma breaching charges in hand is going to burn out the zombie. Spotted out on a bulletproof cam that has not been dismounted inside of Cigar. He's going to be able to spray and just wait for any push up from this Ace. They have claymores, so they don't need to worry about the warden using their smokes. Great choice to use the drone, but has not spotted out that Ghostly is inside a Cigar. Spray trying to find the gunfight all the way down on the ground. The pings are there. He's gonna have to scramble. Case is in his hand. 4 seconds to go. Spray, and Ghostly wins that one out for you, for Columbus. Ottawa left thinking about how they lost the man advantage.
Wow. Wild hold there for Columbia. I mean, not much more you can really say about it. Great play by those remaining 2 members to stay calm, to hold on right there. And obviously, Ghostly played that incredibly well to go ahead and rack up those final kills and secure that W. Very frustrating looking at it from the other side. Ottawa cannot be happy about that performance at all, Binks. Like, genuinely, you've got to be so frustrated if you're in their position. You got such a good opening to that round, and it just sort of evaporated almost on the turn of a dime, right? You even eliminated their roamer with great aplomb, and then you're just not able to close it out. I hate continuing to use the term must-win rounds, because, I mean, I guess technically they all are right at the end of the day, but this is the tertiary bomb site. This would be putting Ottawa on match point if they could pull this off. The momentum definitely on the side of Columbia right here, so I think all the pressure now on Ottawa to turn this into a win and hopefully put this to bed, because you cannot, I think, let Columbia go up on you here, carrying over that momentum.
You have a really good point there, and I think momentum is exactly what these teams could be scared about. Of the hesitation could be absolutely crucial if you don't play together or play for a round, especially this one. And I think the reason why this one is so much more of a must-win round is because it's that second floor bomb site. This is the opportunity for Ottawa to push itself onto match point. This is the site that they are statistically more expected to win, but it all comes down to how they are going to work together as a team to clear out operators like this Pulse of Ghostly, who's been a thorn in their side the previous round with the obscure pick of the warden, and now feeding information to their teams, because we know that they're coming from top down on a site like Reading Room, but it's a matter of how effectively they are able to clear. We're now 40 seconds into this 11th round, and they haven't entered the building. They haven't cleared them out. They're trying to check drones, but the drones are only now starting to go in, and it's allowing Columbia to set up even more Corbeck. This is worrisome unless they start to take some immediate control.
Yeah, no, I agree with that assessment. It is a little bit worrisome. I mean, you've got Ghostly kind of playing very wide-ranging here, which isn't a bad thing. The problem is I don't know that Ottawa really has a good idea that there's a pulse on the first floor, or whether they're operating with that assumption. Frankly, I don't know. By the way that they've set up this opening, you would think that they're going for a pure verticality hold, and it's a beautiful kill right there onto Phil, but you still have to worry about Oni, who's very much ensconced, has an Aruni gate and sacrifices all that defense on a very wide sort of listless swing across the doorway right there. And now, okay, this is looking really rough here for Columbia, because I just don't know how you recover from this. Even if you do have nitro cells left, I mean, you've got 2, and those are going to be absolutely crucial. Like, you genuinely really have to hit these. And there's one perfectly timed. DKXMD taken down. That's good. Get another one in there. Unfortunately, you lose Ghostly. You lose your other Nitro Cell. You lose your advantage. Rough here for Traeger and G-Sen.
Yeah, just going to have to try to spray through. David to fall on white stairs from Traeger, and it looks like we have a round on our hands once again. Columbia making something of what seemed like nothing. Moon looking around towards Fireplace, knowing that the Jaeger has to be in that general direction. They have the man advantage, and they have the Selma breaching charges going off. This Mute is in a rock in a hard spot, caught on the rotate. That's gonna be Moon with the triple kill, looking for the Jaeger. They'll find their second one inside of Train Museum. Spray through, and it's gonna be the Buck, not even using that Buck shot to clear out any destruction, and they see the Jaeger. Great time spray as you Ottawa GGs are going on to match point, or map point, not there yet.
Well, there you have it. I mean, desperate straits for Columbia now. And I mean, I'm a little frustrated because honestly, I felt like they had set that up quite well, and they know what they're supposed to be doing, right? It's just a series of kind of little mishits right there. Though I will say, just on face, having watched this first map go by, overall, these two teams feel very evenly matched, which I think is excellent. And stands us in good stead from a competitive perspective here between these two. We might actually see our decider, though we'll have to see how the next map goes in terms of whether it kind of opens up. I mean, same note, though. We're starting out. Ottawa started off this entire map. What were they, up 3-0 when this began? And they're now rolling into a 6-5, kind of by the skin of their teeth here. So definitely Columbia really showing up in these later rounds, and the defensive transition was huge, I think, for them in terms of giving them a little bit more confidence with how they want to play this. We'll see now if they can hold out here on this bomb site. I have a lot of faith in them, actually, to be able to pull this dining room off. I think they know what they need to do here. It's just, again, kind of a matter of, can you actually follow through with the execution, which was, the sticking point on the last round as well.
Yeah, I think this site is going to largely show what the Ottawa team has to offer. And a 7-5 victory is not one to just let go out of the blue, because Columbia's really come back. They've shown a lot of adaptation, but there's a variation here only on the Oryx, and I don't know if I like it. I think that seeing the Oryx is going to prompt a very extensive roam clear from Ottawa, which can lead to Philly getting caught out, especially playing that shotgun. They're intending to play the verticality. They're not intending to be very much pinched out through an extensive roam clear. So this sort of ideology of how do we allocate our resources to persuade and use our operator selection to persuade our opponents to play a certain way, and I think that's something that we may see in this round.
Something we may see. Oni kind of unmarked at the moment. There's that drone finally getting him in, and Xander just hunts him down and finishes him off. Well played right there. But Phil is just as quick on the trigger to get it even back, level set. Got the power 2 of the Solus, which they could basically bust out at any time. I think they're holding on to the visor for just a little bit longer, but you don't want to delay on that because you kind of need it in this scenario. You're actually missing out on a fair amount of intel. Traeger in a difficult position here as well, also creeping up red, and you would ideally like to see Phil and Traeger kind of playing this together, right? That's the perfect world structure here, is that they're working in tandem to fix this out. Here comes the Buck now, just blasting open a wide hole to check down, and there's the initial engagement here from the Solus. Phil picks up another one, so that's Star Moon down. Now we'll see as the Thatcher feeds in and tries to finish it off, and Phil with the triple kill gets one more in there, and the Solus is solely keeping Columbia's dreams alive.
What I'm interested to see, the Buck is next to go. Do they wait for Galaxy Eye to be ready to pinch with them, or do they push solo, giving them the 4th quad kill? That's exactly what we'll see happen in this scenario. Spray from Red Stairs is going to be the ace. Going to have to find a 4 remaining defenders to win this one without overtime being required. But Case is down inside a Train Museum. Philly is looking for the ace in this scenario, and I think that they deserve it. They shut this entire round down, Columbia, ensuring that they are going to be going over on into overtime with a huge momentum boost, because there's no way for them to just stop a U Ottawa push, and that has no effect.
About 15 seconds left on the clock. There's some shots coming in from the AK-12. Won't find their target. 4v1. I mean, I think you kind of have to accept, if you're sitting on the side of the attackers, that it might be game over here. And that's officially it, I would say. There's no way you can get to the bomb site in time. Now you're just playing for pride. Traeger threatening, but won't press it. He wants to maintain his KD. And there you go. So it looks like, if mine eyes do not deceive me, Banks, we'll be heading to an overtime round.
We are. We're going to have Columbia starting on defense, U Ottawa on offense. This is the worst case scenario for Ottawa because they had a more dominant half on defense. That's exactly what we saw as well, where it was a 4-2 split going both ways. And that's very hard to just see and understand when you see a team that's down 4-2 and they all come back and, oh, it's overtime all of a sudden. It's exactly what you expect, where Ottawa needed 2 rounds, 3 to win it. Seems very reasonable, but this is Cafe. This is exactly the type of split that you'd like to see when it's an even match. So U Ottawa has a chance here, but this has to be played together, and they're clear. Maybe even a Jackal, who's not banned, would not be a bad pick. Of course, that is spottable by Solas, or you go for the IQ pick, which you have in the form of David. It's all about making this defender feel like they don't have anywhere to turn. And most importantly, they can't keep pushing one at a time.
No, I mean, that was the major failing of that round, right? Which is a syndrome that so many teams will fall victim to time and again, right? In the greater scheme of Rainbow Six Siege. And that point was just particularly egregious, right? You got to play some trades. You've got to get people in the same sort of area, so even if you do lose one player, you could follow it up. And admittedly, that's something that Columbia, I think, was doing incredibly well on their later kind of attacking rounds, and kind of adapted well to on the defense as well. They also get, I think, a little bit of an advantage here. Both of these teams showing us that they're very defensively oriented. So Columbia getting the start on the defense, I think, is a huge up to them.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's shown that they have a really good capability to just hold down a site, and when they know that the other opponent has to come to them, as we saw last round with the Souls, where they have the ability to shut them down. Not the case here, as we're going to have Philly shut down almost immediately. There goes your vertical control. You still have another player that is going to be, I think, the Thorn. I wasn't able to get the best look playing up above, but it is just going to be an absolute huge start of the round for you, Ottawa. They're going to make their way in towards Bakery. Spray out is going to be Jason able to get a frag. Refrag over onto Ghosty. They have a sliver of HP and a dream, and it's going to be Galaxy Eye Toga to win that one out with the AK-12 as you, Ottawa, goes on to match point on the defensive end. This is the best case scenario for the GGs, Corbic.
This is the best case scenario for them indeed. And, you know, now they've got their chance to sort of polish this one off. Oh, I mean, Columbia, again, it was a rough attacking half for them, right? So mathematically speaking, you would think that they're not going to be able to pull this one out. But I think they have been the hotter team on the back half of this match. I really do. I'm not going to take it away from them entirely. I'll also just add to that, Binks, even if they don't pull off this win, like I was saying earlier, they've done incredibly well to push this to overtime. And I think going into the break, no matter win or lose, Ottawa is going to have to kind of reconsider how they want to treat Columbia and vice versa, just based off how this match has worked its way around.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's going to be really interesting to see both of these teams make their way towards border, which has a completely different method of clearing, and it's a lot more close corner engagements that are assisted but not crucially relied on vertical, and a lot of different choke points, where I feel like Cafe has choke points, but there's multiple ways to work around them and multiple routes to take. On the side of Columbia, we see almost the entirety of their original roster being swapped up, as it looks like they were going, that roster you see originally was what they took on the very first round of this entire series, where they went for a cocktail type rush. but all the way down to the first floor, they're going to be trying to play more vertically and clear out the Solus, which has become, once again, Corbic, a staple of trying to take kitchen.
Yeah, it's a staple. That's a good way to put it. It is becoming.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah. We'll see, kind of, they're all coming at it from one side, so this is not a hint of what we kind of saw, I believe. Ottawa was thinking of, and they wanted the more horizontal approach. No, Columbia going for a very top-down approach. This is, I would say, the more, sensible way to do that. My only issue here is that they have had a tendency on their attacking halves to kind of bleed bodies, and taking it the long way certainly is going to contribute to that overall bleeding of bodies. This is too where the Solus comes in really handy, because it just provides so much intel about drones. It basically gives you an idea of exactly where your opponents are planning to move. And that, I think, is what you're seeing reflected here in the way that they're setting up this defense. Right now, honestly, Ottawa seems happy to let Columbia kind of waste their own time here, right? Like, you've taken a minute off the clock, Binks. You can just kind of sit here and be as passive as you want.
Yeah, they're just watching grass grow, and in this scenario, Columbia is the grass, so don't be careful. That grass could really start to grow, and you're going to have a weed infestation. Your lawn's not going to look too good in a second, as David starts to take a lot of damage. He's going to drop through the fireplace hatch right back down to Freezer. That's friendly territory, and I don't think the players of Ottawa feel that Freezer's going to be contended, so good rotate back for David, and they should be able to catch their opponent off guard. Have to be careful for any sort of vertical play. 115, this is good for Columbia. 5v5, you have the vertical ability, you have shots confirmed onto one of the defenders. This is going to be absolute havoc in a quick second now, as they are just setting up for any sort of assault where they burnt the minute, but that minute was spent gathering valuable util, and now they should be able to use it.
Should be able to use it. Oni going ahead and starts with now the vertical destruction, let us say, as they try and open up some more holes here. Meanwhile, Ottawa sitting pretty, just waiting comfortably. It's only 40 seconds left of the round, and literally nobody has died yet, so that's a remarkably slow pace compared to some of our other matches that we've seen here so far. Rounds, I guess, is a better word for it. They've still got a lot of field to grow here as well, as Xander walks in, takes out another one. Now Galaxy Eye on the other side. Phil trying to keep it alive, won't find it. It's Star getting in, and then Phil wandering through, nearly breaking that 20 kill record. He's one more off. He just needs to find it. Doubles back the other side, and here comes the other attacker to back him up. They've got two men down, now a 2v2. They've got to get a plant in here, though, and neither of them has control of the diffuser, and that, I think, will be the decisive factor in this.
Ottawa really springing the trap. That is a huge ability to monopolize the case, Corbic, be able to work all the way around, and that is exactly what Ottawa was looking for. If you control the case, you have nothing to worry about in that entire scenario. I'm really happy with that play. And it goes to show you the 20-second meta, well, you can expend all the utility you want. If you don't go for that actual site until those last 15 seconds, there's too many variables you are unable to account for.
Too slow, Binks. I mean, that's genuinely what it was. In that last moment, it was just a little too slow. You lose control of the case, and in those very tight scenarios, the defenders, you can't usually get them, right? Unless they're very obliging to you, and that was definitely not how Ottawa wanted to play that. Good overtime half by Ottawa to put it to bed quickly, not really draw that one out. That said, I'll keep saying it. Really good game by Columbia. Very impressive of them to come back into that when it was looking very much not in their favor. I think that bodes very well for our next map, but we'll see in person just after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Binks, and it's your Legends Division match here. Columbia College versus the University of Ottawa Garnet. We had an interesting cafe, surprisingly close cafe, overtime cafe here, Binks. But now we're moving on to our next map, which I believe is Chalet. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Border.
Border. Okay, all right, we're going to Border.
I felt like it was. It felt like it
keep seeing Chalet in the background, and I'm like, oh, I've got Chalet on the brain. But you're right, it is Border that's going up next, which is going to be an interesting one. This is Ottawa Garnet's pick, and I am genuinely curious to see how they do because both of these teams came out really defensively oriented. We were talking about that a little bit in our last match, and in this case, Columbia are the ones who are going to be starting on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think it's going to really go to show their ability to hold that defensive end. But I feel Ville is a very... Sorry, not, now I was looking at the last one.
Now you're getting it.
You passed it on to me. It's a curse, Corbeck. It's a curse. And then you gave me the caster's curse. Is the caster's curse supposed to affect the players? But no, it's affected me as we go into our blast-off map of Border, as David said very well. And it looks like these two teams are having a great time, great camaraderie, because at the end of the day, Corbeck, these teams went to overtime together. And when you have a team that goes overtime, there's a little bit of respect and admiration you can have for your opponent where you were able to play against each other. And it's not one side where they beat us. I don't like that. There's a lot of both ways. And Flores as our first ban, we didn't get to talk about the bans last time. I believe Flores was included in the ban phase of the previous map.
Yes, I believe they did have a Flores banned out. He's a very sensible ban pick. I think he's one that's always in the consideration, right? And for good reason as well, because his utility is just so effective at destroying other util. Taking Osa out again, it's not the most important ban in the world, in my opinion, but it's not a bad ban. That's not an operator who ever feels like you're wasting that, because they can be so effective, and they can actually genuinely do some really great plays on this border map as well. So no blame there for the side of Ottawa for seeing that removed from the pool. Same with this. That's a really solid ban. Solus was heavily played on Cafe Banks, and taking her out, I think, is a wide decision.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And it's just these new operators that I like to see banned out because they have been able to change the game. And wow, another new operator. Every single one of these have been operators that have been added into the game. Flores being the oldest of the bunch, coming in, I think, possibly 2 years ago or 1 year ago now. In the Crimson Heist DLC. I don't know when that actually was, so forgive me, but that came with the border rework, if I remember correct. But back to the game and a little bit of an update, because I noticed this a while ago and I wanted to at least mention it once, where the bulletproof play that we saw on the first one, Moxie, I'm going to give you a quick shout out. You're in the chat. Thank you very much for just telling us it was indeed a bulletproof, and it was meant to substitute the Mira without using Mira. You're going to reinforce the wall, and then you use an Aruni punch to put a little hole, and then you put the bulletproof inside of it. So you did call that out right on the first map, and if you're just joining us, that is where we had just a bulletproof camera hidden inside, and it allows a player to be on it or a teammate to watch it and ping, and you know exactly where you have to peek out. I really like that play. It allows for a lot of cool information, and thank you for just writing in the chat and helping do our job of explaining what's going on. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's appreciated. Always appreciate the input. As we jump into our first defensive setup here, let's see what we got cooking over on the Columbia side. They're coming out with the Castle. Always a lot of Castle tonight. I love it. I love Castle as an operator. I think he's honestly one of the most enjoyable and entertaining operators in the game, because he provides you with such sort of the ability to re-architecture sites, right? It's a shame his elite skin. But anyway, you can fight me if it is. I mean, come on. We Blade exists, and we passed that up for just generic leather coat. We passed that opportunity up. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. I was expecting something like this, to be honest, out of the side of Ottawa, though, which is, I think, going to be probably a smoke grenade, straightforward attack. Use the glass as cover to try and get a plant down in the corner. You've got the Xander smokes here as well. That's exactly what they're setting up for.
This is really interesting because you see that the Capitao, this exfoliating bolt, even though it's up top, it's going to spread down, and that fire spreads a considerable distance, and that stops any push to try to deny this plant. This Toxic Babe is not even going to be able to grab the Thermite, only to find a kill onto Xander. Double kill for Oni, as they're going to be able to claim the second one with that Toxic Babe. Plant will not actually go down. Philly able to find a kill onto DK, and every single part of this round seems to have evaporated, as although the players on the side of Columbia are lit up, they have not been able to find nearly as many picks as they wanted. They had a great setup, great attempt on that plant, and had it been successful, we would have seen a different round here, but unfortunately that did not come into fruition, and they are left wondering what is going to happen this round. Only first to fall. They have been put into a down but not out stage, and that's through the spraying of the Lion of Moon, but they aren't able to confirm that kill. So with 1:31 seconds, it is unlikely that Ottawa will have any stake in this round.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and that's the deal with those kind of strategies, right? They're hyper aggro, kind of high risk, which has been something that Ottawa has done a couple of times. They like their high risk, high reward plays. That time, unfortunately, it just did not work out. I admire the gumption, and I admire the idea of trying to take a complicated bomb site in a different way. Just, yeah, not effective at the end of the day. So chalk it up to lesson learned. Make some strategic changes and come back at that one again differently. That's by far and away the hardest bomb site here on Border. So you go over to Bathroom Tellers, things should theoretically be quite a bit easier.
Yeah, exactly. You have that one locked down, and I like Uato's approach. I want to highlight that. I did like the approach, but the problem was it was too one-sided. You put your eggs into not one basket, but two, but 2 baskets when there was 20 available rather than 10. You have to make sure that you have pressure from another part. So maybe pressure from office, or you could come in through security and make them try to allocate the resources accordingly. You shouldn't have a player like Oni be able to deploy their smokes in such a strategic way that they have the utmost control of a site. So that's my little bit of feedback. But that being said, it was a very good approach from Ottawa, and you could see the clear intention, but just the reaction, an appropriate reaction from Columbia.
No, very true. And we'll see how they kind of take this, right? Because this is something that we back over to Cafe, right? We talked a lot about verticality. That's what we're looking at here to a certain extent on Border, right? Another bomb site that requires you to set up good vertical play. The difference, I think, is that there's less soft destruction potentiality here on Border. It's a little bit more focused on hatch play, securing hatches, kind of using them and the sightlines they provide to secure better openings for your team. Presumably Columbia know that, so I'm kind of interested to see how they want to run this defense. Right now, they only have, they have 2 players on the top floor, which I think is probably the ideal amount. You don't want to overextend here, and it does look like Ottawa is taking a similar approach, right? They're not trying to kind of hard force this much like they did on the last site. They're going to play this pretty legitimately, clear out the top deck, and then kind of build their way down to attacking those bomb sites.
Do you know what's crazy? If they did plan on going for like an aggressive type of site take here with how spread out Columbia is, they could get a very different sort of reaction, just because they're spread so thin on the side of Columbia, where I don't even know if they are in positions where they'll be able to go for the refrag. You have the Jaeger of Treasure just waiting inside of Fountain, but they are all alone. They are going to be forced on the rotate, droned out. Tell me, where is your teammate? Where are they going to have to rotate from? Are they going to be putting themselves into more risk? But doesn't matter. He's going to win his first gunfight, looking for a second one. Sprays all around. The C4 is going to connect on from Ghostly onto Xander. Finally, the spray onto the Jaeger will force them to fall. And now waiting, Ghostly was using those cams to great avail, and an extension into construction that I did not see to be so very potent at first, but from the push of U Ottawa, it feels like U Ottawa has been read like a book, and they have no way to rotate around safely.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. A bomb has been located.
Indeed, and I agree with the assessment. I mean, you look now at the situation, 4-2 here. It's not gone well for Ottawa. Make it a 4-1. Columbia loving this defensive side, really eating it up right there. Not sure what Oni was about, to be honest, whether he was almost trying to use gunfire as a bait. And, I mean, we talked, we did our chat about verticality. Not even an issue. Ottawa not even able to get to that point where they have to start worrying about how they're going to play that, honestly. And now it's all down here on the shoulders of the Bana. A couple of shots in right there. Takes Phil out of the equation. But Oni with the super shot. He comes around the corner and finishes that one off. Nasty. The 2 pump dump right there, and it's done.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
2 pump dump. Wow. NECC quote of the day. But 15 seconds to go. I really like Columbia's play so far, Corbic. And if we go back and diagnose it, they've been playing as if this is their map pick. And I'm going to go back and confirm that this is indeed U Ottawa's map pick. Now, you made a very good point, and I think you've been really on the ball with the points you've been making. You said that both these teams are very defender-orientated, and that's exactly what we've seen so far, that Columbia has been very dominant, and now we're going to what would be considered the tertiary bomb site of AC as well as construction, and I hope I have those names right, but that's what I know them as. I'm interested to see how much of this vertical extension is going to be prioritized by U Ottawa, where this is the kind of site where you hold up above, default plant is not going to be covered, the entirety of vents you can continue to break away at. But to what degree are they going to attempt to have? And that will decide how this map and round is going to play out.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. I mean, you've seen sort of the way that they're building things out, and Columbia, I mean, honestly, just Columbia looks so much more comfortable on the defense. What's up? I thought there was like a voice. I don't know. What was that? Now my dog is barking here as well. Good lord.
I apologize. I saw
You're
a word
good.
and I was trying to translate it to what it would be in French.
Oh, it's always all right. He's showing us that he's culturally sophisticated here on the broadcast. He's multiple languages. Parlez-vous français or something? I don't know. Anyway,
Oui, Quebec, oui.
yeah, I
We're
bet.
gonna get back to this.
You
matchup.
Canadians. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Oni here taking a chunk out of his health bar, unfortunately, very early on. That's how the violence is going to start on this map. As you see Ottawa sort of working their way through these defensive points. Is actually a very difficult situation here for that top floor player. And it will be Phil who's caught looking Oni as well. So verticality essentially demanded by the side of Ottawa here to start this off. And it's unfortunate Columbia. I was going to say they've been looking so comfortable here on these defensive rounds, and just kind of an ugly, uncoordinated start for them here that they're going to have to work their way through. Xander winning that gunfight there as well. This is just adding more bad news to the pile.
It really is, and it looks like once again the tertiary bomb site is where Ottawa is going to show their complete domination. Spray out. There's a flawless round for the GGs, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Had they not gotten that round, I think they'd be in a very scary position. But let me remind you, Corbett, last map, it was the GGs who had a perfect rotation of a 3-0 before Columbia got on the board and brought that all the way back to overtime. So it would have been a nice little bit of symmetry, but that inevitably was not the case.
No, it wasn't. And it was a good round for Ottawa. It was the kind of round that they needed, right? They need something to just sort of get in and stabilize the situation because things had not been going so well those previous two rounds. That's exactly what you want if you're on their team, right? And you know you have winning potential. You won the last map. So that's a little bit of a confidence booster, a little bit of a return to form for them. And I think that's all very positive. We are back to the primary bomb site here, though. And I do have to wonder, you gotta wonder, is Ottawa going to try something similar to what they did last time? The initial picks that they're making here on the attacking side do not seem to indicate that, right? They seem far more indicative of a very sort of standard defensive approach, or I should say offensive approach to this map. And I think we're probably going to see a clear on the armory wall, maybe using Xander on the Thatcher to go ahead and get it open, and then a straightforward push. But this is something that we see a little bit more these days, is people playing off of these open walls on this side, which does, I think, kind of render people like Thatcher a little bit less useful. That, again, though, like some of the strategies we've seen employed here by both sides, very feast or famine. I mean, if you stare out of your little, peek hole, they stare back.
Yeah, that's a scary concept to wrap your head around, that there's always someone watching. But another problem with this type of approach is if you're going to go for it, my one pet peeve, and this was especially my pet peeve long before the reinforcement pool was introduced, having leftover reinforcements. There is always somewhere and there's always time to put it down if you organize yourself properly. But in this case, that is not what we're seeing. And I feel like we could have Philly possibly pay the price for not reinforcing it as much as they should. David getting lit up at the feet, not being able to see the frost, and peeking in a very weird way. Philly's gonna be able to find the headshot. Spray around, DK gets a refrag onto Oni. There with the smoke. That is a horrible operator to lose early on. Spray around, what a beautiful shot from Moon. And meanwhile, Frost is gonna be the last one left inside of CC. They're gonna get fragged out by Moon as well. Trader on the Jaeger is going to go down inside of office. That could be a possible 4K from the Ayana of Moon. Looking for the ace for the 4K is going to be Jason inside of Archives. All four players remaining on the side of the GGs, slowly starting to make their way in. Moon confirming their triple kill, hiding behind barrier, trying to find the fourth onto the castle, but they're stuck inside. And this is where the reinforcements whether kill you or assist you. They get one free kill, but you don't think they're going to make another one. Get off your camera! As they find the headshot, it won't matter as Moon will collect onto the 4K as three players are getting ready to move in through to Fountain from office. And that's exactly how you play a 3v1. Yes, you can play the cross angle there, but in a lot of scenarios, if you play your util together and play for your cross angle together, then that is a round going their way, and that's a 2-2 so far.
Another good round for Ottawa and a much better take of the point that I think kind of gave them trouble last time, right? That was a bit of a bugbear. They go for a more standardized strategy and they're able to work it through. Columbia now making an interesting decision, Binks. They're going to go back to Armory Lockers and Archives. I always am hesitant. Like I think I've said it plenty of times, right? I'm always hesitant about the idea of playing the same bomb site back to back. I think you open up probably more problems for yourself than you do, right? You just can't. It's too easy for the other team to repeat the same tricks. But in this case, Border might be one of the exceptions because I just think this bomb site is so much stronger than the other options you have on the table, at least in my personal opinion, that I guess it kind of makes sense that you would want to revisit this location. Taking a look just at the way that they're setting up this defense as well, I mean, I actually really think this is a very solid defensive setup. I wonder, and I think I'm getting my answer here, whether they're going to allow that kind of open armory wall again, and it does seem to be that that's what they're going to play to here. And I do continue to maintain, I just don't know about that idea. I think it genuinely is like a little bit of a vulnerability in defensive setups. I know it's getting increasingly popular, but I don't personally feel like I'll ever be comfortable with it.
Corbeck, this is just a scenario of us being old.
Perhaps.
We're old-fashioned. We played the game when you couldn't change your operators. We played the game when you had 2 reinforcements, and the biggest pain in the defensive setup was the fact that someone just put a reinforcement next to you, and now you have to go and find a different wall to put your reinforcement on. That was one of the biggest pains. That's something that the newer players have no knowledge of or have adapted beyond, and I think that's all these changes is opening up the possibility for new setups, but the open-ended rotates while having no means of denying it to the attackers. Like if Castle got a rework where he can open and close his door, then that'd be like open and close a rotate. That would be a completely different story, but that's not the case here, and I think we're starting to see that very, very clearly.
Yeah, I think we are starting to see that clearly. It's a kind of been a bit more of an issue, honestly. David here getting whacked early on. That's a good play by Phil, and that's a big kill too, right? You lose the Finka, a very kind of valuable operator for the long-term haul. The heal is gone. Now Xander moving up into position, going to try and challenge here over towards Fountain. A couple of shots exchanged, but it'll be the grenade that finds Phil. So you win one, you lose one. I still think things are generally in favor of the defenders. I say that, though. Oni doing a wide rotate here, a very brave and bold move, considering that Traeger just got dropped. Traeger's fallen off a little bit, but at least Ghostly hasn't. Jumps in there and kills Star Moon and keeps it to a 3-3. There is a down here. DKX MD now down but not out, and we'll see if they can actually go and get that revive in. And hey, you know who you're missing right now, Binks? Finka.
Oh man,
no.
That would really be able to help, but the spray around is going to allow for the res, and DK is going to get back up. E1D popping out, really showing that, yeah, I'm back on the board. I can use my utility. Oni and Jason, the remaining 2 defenders, Oni 5 and 3, Jason 2 and 2. Both these players have proven they have the ability to frag out, but you have to know where your opponent is to shoot them. DK to find a headshot onto Oni, all left up to Jason on the castle, has a little sliver of HP, and we're having a little bit of flashbacks to having a castle being the last one left. They were able to find some recently, and there are going to be 2 players that are heavily lit up, spraying through the wall trying to find their frag. They have the bulletproof shield to assist them, just trying to spring in. They have 40 seconds. Clock has been initiated, but DK off the res, so close to death. They've come alive to find another frag as the Ottawa GGs reclaim and hold the lead in this series.
Well, I mean, not going so well for Columbia, and that's problematic because they really needed a very strong defensive half. They have to end this at a 3-3, right? Like, I just think for the broader context of the game, they cannot land their defensive half on Border at a 4-2. Again, it's Ottawa's map pick as well. The bad news is that the primary bomb site has not worked out. Now you do have to switch your bomb site because I just don't think you can counsel doing the same bomb site a 3rd time in a row. So you are putting yourself in a weaker position overall. Ottawa just looking really on point with their attacks, right? Like they're playing together well. They're working on those trades that we're talking about. They just looked, I think, in general, far more effective in terms of how they are executing their actual attacking plays. Meanwhile, I feel like Ottawa is almost overcomplicating it at times, Binks, right? You saw them trying some, chicanery. They've got the smoke running between the two rooms on the top floor, and it's all a little wild. And I think that it's being a bit counteracted by Ottawa playing a much more sort of controlled, standardized game of Siege.
Yeah, I think you have I want to go into that, actually. The standardized type of Siege. I feel like that's a very mendable description, but I think I would put mine in the area of when you have a standardized Siege, adapt and overcome. I know we're not watching Survivor here, but adapting and overcoming and analyzing your opponent is exactly what makes Siege so very special. And if you're able to play to that, play to the extension, play to the rotates that they are playing, that's when you're going to see that players like David is going to start to come alive. He had a huge first game, and now although he's 2-4, that slow wake-up phase, that ability to figure out what's going on, and they're on the IQ trying to play the role of catching out these roamers, and it is Trager once again playing in offices alone. He's going to find his frag, rotate back, and there's the refrag. David finding 2 on the round now, maintaining the man advantage for Columbia, looking for the Electro Claw. Nothing they can do to destroy it as of yet. But this is a great clear as they've taken the second floor, and vertical pressure can now begin, but vertical superiority still once again in the hands of Columbia.
Yeah, it can, and I mean, at least you're keeping it at 3-3. There you go, buddy. You'll get it. Third time's the charm. They've still got some util to play with here, though. Plenty of shots left in Box Skeleton Key. They've got, I think, one more Lion Ping after this one, and of course they have the Hib pellets as well, but they need DKX MD to go ahead and get that EMP grenade on so they can actually get this hatch open. They battled hard to get that verticality, Binks. They better take advantage of it. That is making things very uncomfortable here for Phil, but he maintains his sense of composure and racks up a kill on Xander. So now everything in the hands of the Lion and the Hibana. I mean, it's not the worst situation they could possibly be in. There are no more C4s left on the other side, but there are 3 smoke grenades in the hand of Phil. And Phil, I think, really needs to start throwing stuff out there and actually, delaying with those, because this is crunch time.
Yeah, a lot of utility still remaining for the defenders, but utility is no good if you die with it still in your pocket. There's no using that from the grave. Great use of the Habana Exkyros pellets to once again force away, make these defenders feel even more pressured. But the key thing is, Galaxy, you have to get that plant down. Otherwise, this entire round, the pressure that you are aiming to put on your opponents will not be possible. Wrapping around, they're going to try to catch a player that has rotated up, try to just hold off, make Columbia feel that they can't hold their own site, but Philly gets a very monumental kill. DX pushes into Bathroom, finds their frag, but it won't matter as the Kaid playing inside of construction is going to be able to spray down and grab theirs for the round, and we see a 3-3 very even split.
Yeah, indeed. And that's exactly what Columbia needed right there, right? I was talking about at the start of the round. Now they go into their defensive half or their offensive half, I should say, with everything even. Ottawa got to be happy with that, right? They've got to be happy with that performance. It went pretty much as good, I think, as they could have expected, just based on how Columbia was playing defense on Cafe. Now they get their time to shine. And the big question, I think, here is how much has Columbia learned, right, from watching Ottawa attack this, from defending against those Ottawa attacks? Because I think on our last map, there were some very sort of similar approaches that these two teams took on certain rounds. I think that's probably what we're going to see here again. And certainly Columbia is showing us that very, standard, you called it cookie cutter attacking pattern for this top floor site. But Ottawa already immediately changing the equation, because they actually do go for the hard breach here on the armory wall.
I like this. I really like that they are playing for a lot more of a comfortable type of siege and still forcing utility expenditure of Columbia. If you play in a way that you don't force your opponents to expend that utility, they're going to start taking operators that aren't required. So, for example, we can see the switch to the Gridlock here, or even the Dokkaebi. Had there been a site where you'd need more reinforcements, or you know that it's going to be electrified, then you'd want to make sure you keep that Thatcher. And this late reinforcement although enabling and forcing, you will have to have Oni use their exothermic charges. There's no mute. There is no use of Bandit or Kaid, and I like this play because it really shows that you have the pocket EMPs, as well as you have all these separate new options that have become available with this 6th pick. I'm sorry, I'm still fanboying over changes that have happened a long time ago.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, every once in a while you gotta fanboy, right? Let the flag fly. Ottawa taking this, I think, pretty calmly, honestly, and a little bit of a disgusting crossfire right there, but nobody gets hit. Let's see if they can get that exothermic into position and breach in towards Fountain here, because I think you can. We didn't get to see a lot of attacks from this angle, but it is a really strong angle for assaulting this site, because it very much narrows the approaches of the defenders, while giving you a lot of sight lines on the attacking side. That said, I don't think they know that DKXMD is there. Like, I just genuinely don't know that they think that operator is there. And DKXMD is actually going to swing out on this. And this is very problematic. And it reminds me of some of those early cafe rounds where the droning was just not on point. They've got an operator droning right now, Binks, but they've got, an unmarked defender in this situation. It's Starmoon, though, who picks up their first kill, takes Traeger out. Phil there, fortunately, foils the Aruni ambush. And that should set them up to maybe make their way in for a final push here on the bomb site if they can establish some sort of cover.
This is all going to come down to who wins their gunfights. Ghosty able to do a ADS reload cancel, to capture the kill onto David. The cap can now to throw a nade in. G-Sin going for the plant. Time ticks down. That is going to be a successful one. Xander is going to find their frag. They're going to have to push with Moon onto site. Moon finds their frag, even out at a 2v2. Make that a 2v1 as Phil finds theirs. Triple kill for Moon. They're trying to make their way in. Ghosty was not lit up in the engagement with the cap can of David, so they're playing all the way back on side of the AC vents, and this plant perfectly favors this Ayana just swinging around. They see them. You see the nade, but you don't really have the time to be playing around with 10, 9. Oh, go for the defuse. Oh my goodness. Narrowly missing that one out. Really giving me a lot of anxiety, but a really big clutch from Moon. All that had to be done by the Ayana was just sit back and play late. Play for a drone if you can find it, but a great play from Moon to win that one out. And you, Ottawa, take the lead.
Right by the hairs of their chin right there. I don't know how else you can describe it. Very frustrating for Columbia, because honestly, I think they made the best out of a bad situation right there, but they just could not clear at the end. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, well, just GG's, go next. I mean, at least you got the armory lockers out, right? So you're just focusing now on bathroom tellers. It's an easier site by every metric. So, settle the ship, get back into it. Still very much in your capabilities. You brought it down to a 1v1, right? So that's the positive takeaway right there. Again, though, still a little bit worried about the misdroning. Because I know they got DKXMD, but I feel like that could have been very, very not good. And DKXMD is actually playing Frost here, so perhaps trying to capitalize on the information gap here. Thanks on this one. Capkin in the mix too. Oof, that's a lot of stuff that you can potentially step
Mozzie
into right there.
Pulse.
Mozzie, yeah, he's a trap
4
operator.
C4 is Corbeck.
Technically he's a
We
trap
talked
operator.
about
and you're right. 4 C4s.
We talked about this being an explosive matchup. Ayana has nade. Sledge does not have their nades. That was taken away a while ago, but don't worry. Fuse makes up for it with their cluster charges. There should be explosions all around us. It's just going to be a matter of what order. Oh, Sledge does have nades. I've lost my mind, Corbeck, and I think that's very apparent, and I think that's not news to anyone. But that's 2 sets of nades. You have your fuse cluster charges. You have 4 C4s, as well as the cap can entry denial devices. I don't know what more you could want for explosivity. Maybe a Thorn. But I'm not going to go into that category because we don't need it. This push is well underway, and this is where the information game could be very scary. You shouldn't have people just jumping up, and that's going to be Moon springing onto East Stairs. The fact they're playing Mozzie means that they're easily going to be able to play for just crazy information gathering skills. But their C4 will cook out. No damage done. They're going to have a successful rotate back down towards site. And Traeger is going to be left picking up the pieces for their team. But look at this. G-Sin going to take a lot of damage from a Capcan. Swing out. Meanwhile, Traeger will finally finish up the trade, evening us out 3-3 with the HP advantage going the way of U Ottawa.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I mean, you're looking at it right now, right? Early fast kills coming in right there at the start of the round, and the verticality being played off of very heavily by Columbia. They're trying to get maximum value out of these fuses, and the fact that they haven't managed to find a kill with the fuse is actually somewhat surprising to me, all things considered. I mean, Xander's still in this mix. You don't have any nitro cells, but you've got the constant information feed that the Pulse can provide. I mean, he's watching them the entire time. And you do, you feel a little bit for the Ottawa side in this situation. It's a lot of scary stuff going on up there. But I think they don't even realize, really, on the side of Columbia, just how off-site the members of this Ottawa team are playing, because they have really backed off here, and that's why you're not getting value out of the fuse. That's why you're not getting any opportunities to get kills with the sledge. And the end result of all of that, Binks, is that you are going to have to drop in. Like, you will actually have to drop down there and take this fight. That's exactly what Ottawa is waiting for, because the jaws of that trap that they've set up will just close shut as soon as you drop down.
Of course, there's not many explosives remaining. Sledge still has 2 nades. We have the IQ going for possible breaching charges, but everything's been opened up, and the drop seems inevitable. Look at this. I'm not calling this a rat play because it's just a long angle play, just hoping to catch someone off guard. But G-Sin inside a bathroom, they've managed to drop, take control, and now with 43 seconds on the defuse, this is absolutely scary for the players of U Ottawa, but they'll find their frag. They have the man advantage. They have a good idea of where the players could be hiding. Oni is going to be the first point of contact, not able to win out their gunfight. The IQ gets spotted up inside of office. They're stuck in a 1v2. 22 seconds to go here. Galax I, Toga has to try to find their frag. What a huge triple kill. Both players up above. Wow. That's going to be a win for Columbia. Is this going to be a huge 4K from the IQ? How do you let that one happen, Ottawa? And that's just going to be exactly what you want to see from Traeger, also known as Ben Hamrick. And that's absolutely huge. And I need to correct myself, because that's exactly what I want to see. And I thought Ottawa had that in the bag, but playing in the holes.
Wow. What an ending there for Columbia. That was a dicey situation. And tell you what, Binks, thematically, we've seen that happen a couple of times here tonight. This has been a wild match, a real back and forther, the way these two teams are playing. I love how close this has been. And it does seem like every time Ottawa is in a position where they're going to sort of run away with it, suddenly Columbia just pulls out some sort of amazing play and saves the day. And there's been a couple of situations as well on the other side where Ottawa has just, popped off. They've just hit all the right notes, and it sort of just keeps going like that. They're going to go back to bathroom tellers. I think this is, again, a little bit of a controversial decision in my mind. I just don't feel like Ottawa did particularly well staving off the verticality. And that is the issue that I would worry about for them if I was in this position. Yes, G-Sin did not get anyone with the fuse charges last time. That's not necessarily going to be the way it goes the second time around, right? Like, it's just harsh truth. They're a very dangerous tool. They're bringing, again, though, four nitros. They have a plan, right, that they want to execute. We'll see if they're actually able to make plays off of those nitro cells, because I feel like on the last round, very quiet in terms of what we were expecting with all those explosives in hand.
Yeah, it felt like it lacked the boom of
lacked the boom.
It's like you set up a firework and it just did not work. You got one of those crappy things, and it turned out like, oh, it's sparkling. Get ready. It was just a sparkler. That's all it was.
Just a spark. I mean, I come from a place where fireworks are like you're functionally illegal because everything would catch on fire. So
really,
we barely even get sparklers. So it's very disappointing.
I live, well, I'm at school in Kingston, but I've gone to the Niagara Falls, and fireworks there are, I think they're in surplus for the most part. Speaking of it,
oh no! It's on camera! Oh no! Oh god! Starmoon's gonna be breaking into NECC headquarters to fucking delete the feed.
it. See, that's why fireworks should be banned. You get too close, you're gonna burn yourself, and Moon paid the price there. Luckily, I think their opponent's gonna be credited with the kill. You don't have to deal with a self-kill. Only able to get a kill onto Galax I Toga, and that's going to cement the man advantage for Columbia as they start to rain fire from above with these fuse cluster charges. Very similar though, is we don't have that boom explosive impact. It's just displacing everyone, which should allow these sledge holes to be able to capture a lot more, but it's just simply not doing that. Is Ghosty's trying to push in, you're trying to collect information. It's that very same stall, but what I'm concerned about is it forces a lot of people out of bathroom. And if we don't see the players of U Ottawa prevent a bathroom plant, we are possibly in for a repeat of the previous round.
We are, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, the verticality now. Okay, you've got it. You've got to make plays off of it, though, right? You've got to make plays. You've still got 4 frag grenades. That's a lot of tools, right? That's a lot of explosions that you can bring to bear here. And I think Jason might have some fuse charges left. DKXMD now going down. You're left with just two defenders here. Columbia could honestly, they don't even need to worry about coming down from above. They could just finish this off vertically, but Xander at least I think trying to send a message right there. 2 your frag grenades are out, but Oni with the quad kill. Now the plant is coming in. Xander's trying to hold off. Oni needs to tighten up and play defense here, right? That's what you have to do. Jason is down as well, so this is turning into a 1v1. Jason down but not out, and that's a bit of a process here for Oni because decisions have to be made, but God, you've got to minimize your sight lines. He's standing in front of 2 windows. He has no idea where the defender is. This is a very dangerous position to play, and look at that, the heartbeat sensor coming out there on the side of Pulse. The information advantage in this 1v1, 20 seconds left on the clock, and again, he really has to be careful about his defensive positioning. Defender knows where he is, comes, swings the corner, a couple of tap shots in there, could potentially go for the defuse, has to hold his nerve here though, because the decision will come through. He didn't know where he was. Oni picks up the ace. How did he not realize that the sledge was still there?
There's no way. They had the heartbeat. The information was there for you, Ottawa, and that will allow Oni to have a monumental ace that I truly believe could turn the tide of this entire matchup. You spoke of must wins in the past, and that was probably what felt like a must win for both of these teams as Columbia goes up 1 point away from a map point, and that entire round could be the destructive blow that Ottawa was hoping to avoid.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defended.
I am genuinely a little confused by that end round situation because I thought that the Pulse had a pretty good idea, right? That was the position that the Oni was holding in, and you saw the shot go out, and he must have heard the shot. I think he might have just thought it was coming from a different direction. Unfortunate, it happens. Good news for Ottawa, though, they are still on the defensive side, right? So they can still patch these holes. That's not a death blow. I mean, you're right. It is a decisive round. It's a big deal. Credit on the ace. It was really well done. But it's recoverable. We're still in recoverable territory when we talk about this. Also, I just want to point out, it's funny. David just throws the black-eyed cameras up into those arches. On the other team, whoever was playing the Valk, and I can't remember who it was, I didn't write it down. They actually shot out the arches and then threw the cameras up there. Like, what a weird little stylistic difference between 2 players that's genuinely just kind of, it's not a big deal at all. Both the methods work. It has no genuine impact on the play. It's just funny to see 2 players do the exact same task, but in a slightly different way.
Valkyrie cams, from what I remember, used to stick to the arches.
They did, yes. I don't think they do that anymore. Well, obviously
no.
They don't.
Well, but it felt weird when I saw them throwing it. It was like, kept me off guard. And that Yeah, fun little reminder that you can shoot Ying's Candelas as they're going to be dumped on into this B site. This is going to be a little bit of a rush play. Jason going for the plant. Trader's going to take a little bit of damage. All the players of Uana scrambling, trying to find it. They're going to spray it through just above the Thermite's head, not able to find the frag. Meanwhile, he's going to get fragged out. Trader inside of the entire site, just trying to hold it down. A push into CC is going to be attempted as 30 seconds left for this defuse potential. Double kill from Trader, just trying to hold on to dear life. DK swing up. They know that they have an opponent close by. Not able to find the head. You don't have the time to switch that one up. Wow. Trader's gonna be able to collect another kill. And that's a huge rush from Columbia, putting them on to map point.
Wow. Aggro. Crazy.
No, their name's Columbia.
I know, but they're aggro right now. Isn't that the name of the horse from I can't remember. The game where you kill
I know there's
monsters.
A team that was named Aggro in T3.
Was there a team that is named Aggro? Okay, there's that as well. But yeah, wow, that was crazy. It was really well done, honestly. Just good coordination. I love the use of the Ying there, really exploiting a vulnerability in the defense setup of Ottawa, because I don't think we'd really seen much Ying play from either side, and then they just sort of whipped it out right there, and you could tell that Ottawa was not prepared for the cascade of Candelas, right? They just weren't on ball for that, and really well executed on the back end. I love seeing the players covering all the different angles. You really got the feeling like they knew what they had to do once that plant was down, and they knew what they needed to cut off, and they just did it really, really, really well. Rough for Ottawa, because I think you can't help but be frustrated by that if you're sitting on the Ottawa side, because you don't expect it, and you always hope that you can nip those kind of plays in the bud, and that was just not the case right there.
And not at all. Going into what could be our final round of Border, we see the Mira come out for the first time. I really like this play. I like Mira a lot. Ghostly hiding with the drone. This is actually surprisingly one of the spots that you are not able to shoot a drone, and this is... Oh, you saw the pixel! Oh, Moon. It's very hard to shoot a drone inside of that spot. You got to try to deny them as much as possible. Fun little interaction there. But for Columbia, they're in the driver's seat, Corbic. They get to set the pace. We have the match point Monty coming to the board. I don't know how I feel about it, but I feel like it should allow them to push into both office as well as archives with relatively little pushback. And the entirety of that play should allow them to get a plant off without a hitch, assuming the C4s and the nitros don't come out in quick succession. First C4 being cooked out, no joy. Second C4 being cooked out, no joy. Plant being successful as the Mon tank finally goes down, dying from the smoke ingested into the lungs. Trader also going down. They're going to have a post defuse go down almost immediately. No one watching and waiting. 3, 2, 1, 0, and you Ottawa with a beautiful retake. And I guess that's the explosivity, the rush we are looking for from Ottawa last round.
Yeah, they blew that up pretty well. Bold to come at it with another variation of a rush after the one worked. Just bold, because you know that Ottawa is going to be a lot more clued in for that. But hey, all right, credit. They wanted to try it, so it did not work.
Match point. It's the match point Monty, Corbic. I am
the
telling
match
you.
point Monty. Yeah, that's a bold decision right there, I must say. You like rush strats? How about all the rush strats in the world? Anyway, trying to shove a Montane shield down somebody's throat. Unfortunate right there. But again, you're right. Good read by Ottawa. They didn't let it get out of hand. They blew it up pretty effectively and quickly. And that's what they need to do. So now you go back to, tertiary bomb site. Let's be honest, right? Like, this is not a popular bomb site. This is Ottawa's grounds. Yeah, this is the one that you don't want to play if you have to. Looking over at the defensive lineup, pretty standard, right? It's all things that I would kind of expect. I like that they're bringing a Warden out. I think that Ying, that's specifically a situation where they don't want that Ying to do that same trick again. Meanwhile, if you look back over on the side of Columbia, this is a lineup that was much more effective for them, right? Like a very straightforward, verticality-oriented execution team. You get the vertical, you start deploying the frag grenades, you start deploying the fuse charges, and you get some work done. And I appreciate that from them. I think that's a very wise choice on their end to go back to it. No more time for fancy strats. You're down a map in the series. Win this map, push it to overtime. Or to, I guess, the decider.
First initial pick, Oni is going to take out the Valkyrie of Xander, who was just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know where that spray came from, if I'm being completely honest, but I like the initial pick from Columbia, and I feel like they have to make sure they use that information, where Xander's going to be relegated to the cams. And while losing a player early on in the game, you're like, oh man, I lost the gun. You also have someone who's guaranteed going for the cameras. So you have to make sure to watch it. Now they keep pinging this Valkyrie cam yet to destroy it. And here's the vertical hell that we have all become so accustomed to on the top floor assault. You have to make sure you hold it, and that will not be the case as Phil has the kill onto David. Galaxy has to rotate back, and you're going to have to hope that with one of these two C4s you have remaining in your pockets, you're going to be able to find a frag.
Right, yeah, 100%. And, I mean, you've already done well here at the start. Oh. That's a bad loss there. Toga does get a good nitro cell, but I don't think it's enough to really destroy the attack. Still a very good little ambush spots here, right? And there's one. Toga picking up yet another kill. And I think now it's time to sort of slow down just a little bit if you're on the side of Columbia and play this a little bit more cautiously, right? You've got fuse charges. You've got tools to play with. They've expended, I think, the majority of their C4 resources. They might have one more left, but you can do some work here with your explosives before you actually have to get in on the site. And I think this is where G-Sin needs to come into their own. Great kill from Traeger from above. That's Toga down. That's the mute off the board. He was sort of a spent force with no nitro cells, but still you're happy to get the kill. And now, again, cautious, calm. There's only two of them left. You section them off one at a time here, Banks, and you get the kills.
It's all about how carefully Columbia sets up their positioning and how they're going to play together. These remaining 40 seconds could make all the difference. DK to find a huge frag, only taking a tiny bit of damage. Ottawa has been able to isolate their first frag. They're down to an even man count with 30 seconds to go in the round. Every single second matters here. And they're going to swing around CDX on the rotate. There's still one toxic babe remaining. They're going to swing. Why are you peeking that DK? That's going to be a free headshot. Spraying through the wall, trying to find it. A drop through the hatch as G-Sin grabs the frag. And that is going to be a good half from Columbia as we have a third map incoming.
Well done, honestly. They played that really well. They came back off of their map where they struggled. You know, their map pick, Cafe, it wasn't an easy road for them, but they demonstrated some serious tenacity right there and jumped back into this one, Binks. And I think they have to be very happy about how that one played out, right? That was close, but they had the upper edge. And I am not surprised at all that we are going to a map 3 here in this series. It's been a very tight one.
Yeah, they've played really close together, and I've loved every single second of it because these two teams, none of these matches have been won with more of a 2-point differential. And you're probably saying, oh, we didn't see overtime. But no, that's still the same 2 rounds. The moment you get to like a 5-5 or 5-6, that is essentially pre-overtime where you're just using the remaining resources of relegation time. These two teams understand each other, and there's a clear sense of camaraderie that is going to force them to have to come up with new things, try to be adventurous with your strategies and catch them looking, and most importantly, play into the weaknesses that you've discovered in these first 2 maps. But on that note, we have a 5-minute break incoming. Don't go anywhere. Our third and final map of this series, Villa, will be back in 2 seconds. 5 minutes.
We don't have his mic. Oh no. Is he
well,
back?
I was saying, it's getting late.
Oh, okay.
But with NECC, it's always riveting and always fun because we have our third map of Villa coming up. And that's why I had my coffee mug ready, because the Italian countryside seems like the perfect spot to enjoy a nice cup of coffee and just take everything in. But that's not what we're going to have time to do now, because both the teams of Ottawa and Columbia are looking to steal this match away from each other. Corbett, can you recap our first two maps?
Yeah, I can. Last time on NECC. No, it was again, it was two really close maps, right? Cafe was pretty closely played. It went to overtime. We saw a good kind of win out there by the University of Ottawa Garnet. And then you go to the second map, again, very close on border, back and forth the entire time. Ultimately, Columbia, right, proving a little bit better when they have the attacking side of the ball. Great for them. Going into Villa, I believe it's Columbia that's starting again on the defense. And I think that is a massive advantage here for this Columbia side. They have enjoyed the defensive side far more overall, and I think putting Ottawa Garnet in this position when they're under pressure already to attack into Villa is something that can only be good for the side of Columbia.
Now, my question for you as we go into our operator bans, we've seen Flores banned every single map. Do you think Villa requires a Flores ban?
Yeah, it does kind of seem that way. I mean, Flores is an operator. He's a good choice on this map as well, honestly, because there's so many kind of util dependent setups, and there's a couple of really good drone holes that you can play off of. Wow, that's a very targeted ban, but very that's Columbia. What?
Why? There's so many substitutes. What? Well, you know what? We get to this third map. They say, okay. You get to the third map, and this is when things get personal, Corbeck. This is where you look at your opponent and say, no, you don't get Sledge. You don't get Ying. And more importantly, you don't get... Oh, Solus. That stuff feels like a letdown. I thought we were going to see some crazy targeted, like, out-of-pocket ban, but I think we've gotten all of that out of our system for the attackers.
Yeah, that's a wild ban.
I'm trying to comprehend it.
Wow. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. I guess we'll see it in play. He's not... What's holding me up here is that he's not even that strong of an operator on Villa. Because really, there's only one bomb site that requires a significant amount of verticality. and I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a yeah. I don't know. Anyway, okay, we'll push past it. What that does mean is that there are some very strong attacking operators who will be left in this mix, including Flores.
Yeah.
And he's a one who I think they should be using here on the attacking side. They're not bringing him in. I wonder if they're going to change that, because just looking at the operators that are set up now on the defensive half, Goyo, Castle, those are both very vulnerable. Actually, the ADSs as well from Traeger. That's
And
very
Azami.
vulnerable. That's very vulnerable. Azami a little bit less so, just because she sets things up over time. But yes,
Yeah.
she is also vulnerable. Mute, G-Sin's Mute is a very good counter, obviously, to the Flores, but is not inviolate. And Xander, yeah, he's got the Flores in play, which is the wise decision. I will also add, by the way, just as a side note, banning Sledge makes Castle such a more valuable operator, because now you really have to use utility to get rid of Castle barricades, right?
Yeah.
Like Sledge has what, 30 swings of his hammer or something.
Have you ever seen a Sledge not have a swing left?
Exactly. He's got so many swings of his hammer. It's unreal that he would run out. You do not have that tool. So things like flat pack charges, things like Zofia lifeline impacts, those are much more important now. Wild.
Yeah, I want to see that they capitalize on that Castle as well as a Zombie, where yes, you can melee it a lot faster, but you have to use those floors, and it's going to be cautious of using Zofia breaching charges or Iona nades or Selma breaching charges. You have options, but is it really what you want to use your utility for? That's the real question here. Flash being popped out, trying to catch any sort of defender off here. But I really like this play, this cross angle, this easy hold on 90 as these two defenders are able to play in almost a tandem way where they're so far apart, but still 3 seconds away from being able to get each other's refrag. You know who's not 3 seconds away? The Zofia, who is just not in the right position. Moon not able to get the refrag onto Traeger, who's gonna have to wait. Swinging out, shoots out that Goyo exfoliating canister, and a great use of that Azami barricade, allowing for the pop up. That means Columbia has a 2-player lead, even though Traeger's all the way down. A great C4 from Phil makes that a 5-2, but we've seen Ottawa come back from these before. If anyone can get it done, it's going to be Toga and Xander working together. Swinging around, trying to find one. There's one from Toga. There goes Ghostly. And that's not even the Jaeger that has a little tiny sliver of HP left. This could be done even by an RCE Rotero drone, Corbeck.
No, and it's a rough moment and a rough, kind of rough round in general for Ottawa. They've sort of just been kind of consumed trying to cross this last ditch, right? The red hallway to push up to this play. That said, good kill right there by Xander, who's now in danger from below. Phil eating feet from the low ground. That just leaves Toga here kind of alone. Beautiful headshot, honestly, under Traeger. It just wipes him out. There's a C4. It's a sort of limp-wristed throw. Nearly catches him off guard. Now we'll get into a direct shootout here. This is not good situation for G-Sin, who's forced to back up. Nor is it a particularly good situation for Toga, because Phil comes to collect on the tail end of that.
That's a beautiful play from Phil. You know that they're going to have to rotate up very, very soon, but it's just a matter of once they rotate, where they're going to play and study. The cross angle was there, 2 guns staring at you at the exact same moment of time. How do you possibly win that? Well, possibly isolating the study wall, but you don't have the information. Columbia had a great start to that round, and it just carried them through with the momentum. Great use of utility. I mean, it meets my check marks at least.
Yeah, definitely hitting the right spots right there. I think Columbia probably suffered the most from those earlier deaths, right? Like there was just a couple of kind of, I would almost call them I usually refer to positional errors more when I'm talking about the defensive side, but I feel like there was a couple of positional errors there. I was thinking particularly, I think it was Star Moon who was playing on the Zofia, kind of got caught in an ugly spot coming out of statuary, right? And it's just something you want to take note of. Love that, Frostmat. That's a wicked one. Sometimes that really can catch people out. I don't know why, because it's like the go-to spot, but I've seen so many people fall prey to that. This is a crazy defensive setup, by the way. Can I just say, putting the shield in there, you're really hoping that they don't have Did they put ADS protection down in that closet? You're really hoping that they don't have A, drones, or B, grenades. And wow, bold for Odie right there. I wish him good luck in holding the closet against all comers. Going for a peek here as well. This is just all brave Odie plays from top to bottom.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about them, but
I don't know how I feel about this.
It seems like it could work. It depends how much utility is there, what type of drone play you see, and you see that 2 drones have now spotted them out, one of them getting shut out, bringing the total drone count down to 8. Still very good. The Nook is going to toss out a drone. Oh, wow, that's a Frost mat. Better take care of that. Just waiting. They're going to try to catch this Frost off guard. You can either do that from challenging from bathroom. There are ADSs. It's eating up a chunk of time. That's a minute of them trying to deal with the Frost. They get a kill? David goes down, finally reflagged by Toga. DK also able to find a frag onto Trez. Is a big pest in the early first round. And finally, they're going to be able to start making their way into this bedroom. But make sure to look out for those Frost mats, as they could catch you when you're not looking. And I'm assuming it was droned out. And I think that's just my overarching anxiety of Frost mats and my PTSD, moreover. But great use of the Rotero drone, forcing Ghostly out of position. Gonna have to go somewhere else unless Azami does choose to throw any sort of barricade for their ally.
Wow, this is an old school castle defense. That's crazy. You don't see that barricade that's on that small wall, small little like windowlet right there that Starman is next to. You don't really see that very often anymore. This used to be something that a lot of people would do. They played the extension a little bit differently. Putting Frost in closet, but that's still old school. I like it a lot, actually. This was always one of my favorite defensive setups here. Not Ghostly's favorite defensive setup, though, because he gets caught looking and absolutely blasted there by Star Moon, so he returns to his true Ghostly state, at least for now. Jason trying to work their way back around, but the plant's coming in. Xander just cleans up, and Ottawa, they were hungry on that one right there, Binks. They loved everything about that defense, and they took it for all it was worth. Despite, you know what, I will add right there as a stinger, good minute delay by the Frost in the closet. But other than that, yeah, not effective.
Okay, so Corbett, you mentioned loving that strategy, and I want to go back to it, actually, because we're going back to that exact same room, and you still have the castle, so we could see a reattempt. Now, during this prep phase, we can go and talk about the history of it, but the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to isolate all these players while they're pushing bedroom, and these castle barricades, these extensions, are meant to be able to allow you to play super duper long, where you can almost vacate study at some times after that initial shield has been taken out, and hold the long angle from the other side of trophy or all the way inside of landing on red. Now, I didn't use it. I never played this strategy when Azami was created or even in the game. So it adds a different sort of layering to the system. I don't know how much I like it. But you'd also play, once again, with the pulse down below. And this is the sort of variations that we talked about with these teams adapting to try to outplay their opponent. And I am a huge fan of it, and I'm all here for it. But my one problem is, now that you don't have anyone playing inside a closet, playing inside of bedroom, these reinforcements, unless you are playing all the way back, where I used to play it with a Kaid even, because I want to electrify somewhere else, or the Goyo with the shotgun, that I can have the amplification. That way you can play those long angle engagements. I'm sorry, my voice is just cutting out on me. I wish it was a connection, but it's not. You're not going to be able to win those out against these attacker long-distance rifles.
No, you're not, and that's something that I think they struggled a little bit with. I also think they sort of struggled with the idea, and they're struggling with it a little bit again here as well, is they're trying to be a little too cheeky at times. And that's how I think they got that early kill into Traeger. I'm pretty sure that's how that Phil went down here as well. I didn't actually know if we caught that one on camera, but I think that's been part of the issue. That Frost extension, for example, was pretty cheeky, but they're making it work. Ghostly just caught and downed, and I'm not actually sure what happened to Ghostly. Oh, they got caught probably by a frag grenade right there in the door. They still have this unmarked pulse here of Oni, though, and Traeger does get a good kill back, so that's the Thatcher down. I don't think they know that Oni is in that position, and unfortunately we're gray screening a little bit, but I bet Oni could get a C4 kill here quite easily. Yeah, he certainly does. Star Moon taken out right there, and that'll turn it back into a 3-3 as Ghostly is polished off with the Rotero, a rare Rotero direct kill, even if it was on a downed and helpless operator.
It's just that moment of no, like you know the Office Michael Scott meme, but I don't need to recreate that. I don't need that memory or any.
Come on, man.
Not happening.
Do you really have to go in and kill me with a Rotero?
Yeah, oh man, there's so many references you can make for that one, but you Ottawa just waiting to spring the trap. DK not shooting out this alibi. He's gonna have to jump in for it, getting pinged out. Oh, shots from down below. Over inside of Astronomy. Hopefully the Jaeger's been drawn out. This is a cheeky hole we used to see. Can you imagine it with bullet holes? I sure can. It was really annoying. But they just have to hold it down. A rush for the plant. A very obscure planting spot. Haven't seen this one in a while. Checking all those defaults. Nope, that's not where they are. Spraying up. What a huge triple kill from Oni down below. Great use of that cardiac sensor to spray up. Yes, they do indeed have wall hacks. 25 seconds to go. You don't want to leave the plant to the last second because time is going to tick right on away. DK is going to go for the plant. You're going to have the audio cue of where exactly this pulse is coming from. Hopping right on off of it. Ooh, what a huge flick from Oni, and that's going to allow Columbus to gain another round and just whoop, there they are.
Oh, couple of crazy rounds right there, honestly, back to back for those two. Columbia, I think, did that one a lot better. I really liked the play of Pulse from the underneath. I thought that was really well orchestrated. I wonder now, as we go back over to Aviator Games, whether or not they can actually open this up a little bit and take this to 3-1. And I think that's something that might happen. Just because I feel like this bomb site proved a real bugbear last time for Ottawa, and I don't know that they're showing convincing attacking changes.
I see. Sorry, far from my mic. I see what you mean with the changes to the attack, but I do want to highlight the changes from Columbia. That vertical aspect really coming in clear. I mean, Oni has had a huge games at this point where they've been able to play together.
5 seconds to go.
But what I need to see from Ottawa, my must change at this point, is locking down an area, or locking down that every single defender has made their way to site. Where yes, you're able to commit when you have someone off of site, because oh, site's ours, we can force them to come to us. It's a lot easier when you condense them into one area, and site is always where they're going to try to migrate to. Force that on them, it will pay dividends.
It will pay dividends, and here's the Roteros going in.
I don't like that.
Oh boy, same noises I make when I stub my toe, because that caused me physical pain. But anyway, we're not going to talk about it anymore. We're going to focus on other aspects of the gameplay. It's fine. This is fine. Star Moon now into the bathroom here, kind of opening it up. Ah, boy.
Okay, you know what would you do? Like, I feel like it's like, where's my sledge?
Blow it out. You just blow it out with a gun.
Go Gone 6. Gone 6, actually. Yeah, good point.
Or just shoot it. You don't waste your incredibly valuable. Oh, it was a castle barricade.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's a lot more sense. I thought it was just a X'd wall because I didn't see it on the angle, and I was like, why would you do that? But
no, I got.
I still actually probably would have. I probably would have still wanted to use a Gone 6 or a flat pack on it, but that's neither here nor there. Ghostly picking up a kill here, and really for the overall course of the round, it matters little because nothing's come of that window or of these Roteros. Xander is actually sitting on 3 still. He's getting some kills though. Picks up one right there, and David will find another one and turn it back to a 3-3.
Yeah, even so far, this Plains and Games was so dominant for Columbia in the first round, and this is where we get to see the adaptation from Ottawa rather than Columbia, because they didn't have to change anything, because if it ain't broke, it don't need to be fixed. you can make little micro improvements, but that is not the case. They have not gone for any hard breach onto the vault wall, which is very curious to me. I would have liked to see that. Now that your Thatcher is gone, you're getting shot through the drone hole. You could have tried to at least get this wall open, but you have the mute you are contending with. Oni, you don't want to be on the other side of that. The UMP, while not doing much damage, is very easy to constantly have blown out. And just as that Rotero drone was used to get rid of a barricade, another one pops right up, and that is exactly the problem. Excuse me. We're going to have the gas canisters exploded and 25 seconds to go as Columbia has a very strong hold on this Plains and Games defense.
They do, and this is kind of what I was worried about, right? For the Ottawa side, it's just really a difficult site to break. And I mean, look at the positioning here from Ghostly. They're still in a really solid spot. That castle barricade is holding strong behind them, and they've got a little, bits and pieces here that they have to worry about. And wow, Toga just goes in. Xander tries to clean it up, but he just can't make it. I mean, a good late round effort there by Ottawa indeed, but the bomb site just too strong. I really genuinely think that's what the issue is right there.
I think if we can go and diagnose that as what else could they have done? Well, you could have gone Buck down below. And
we lose Binks? We might have lost Binks.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm here.
Oh, he'll go ahead and carry on. He'll rejoin us when he gets a chance.
I'm still here.
Anyway, looking at the setup now as we go on to dining room and kitchen.
I didn't die in Discord.
I cannot hear him on Discord either. So there he is. There he is.
I'm going to start yelling at the top of my lungs. Corbik, you are not that old. You are not Chief Cast. You are not that much of a boomer. Your ears should not. You're older than Chief?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Nobody is older than Chief.
Oh, well, you can. I'm sure he'll appreciate the ups right there. But anyway, back to the matter at hand. I was just gonna say, I mean, you're going now to this kitchen site, and I think this is actually where the choice of sledge is going to be one of the more impactful ones, just because this is such a verticality oriented map. I will also add, by the way, I've kind of been fascinated by how the sledge has been allowing them to really run Ghostly on this castle relatively free of consequence. And I think that there have been a couple of times where that's actually been really valuable. It's just interesting to see an operator kind of, run free with the Buffalo, as it were, and not have to worry about kind of their hard counter being present in a matchup. That said, interesting defensive setup for this site. An extension out into into art. This is wild. I'm actually curious to see what they do with this. I must say, Columbia has been showing us some very kind of interesting setups here.
It feels retro with a touch of new, and I love it. I see strats that I was incorporating all the way back when I was starting to get into the competitive scene. I'm starting to see them reimagined, and Columbia's doing a really good job of realizing them, not in a way that this is our setup, this is how we do it, in a way that this is our opponent, this is how we're doing our setup because of our opponents. And it makes lots of sense. We're going to have a re-trade and flash back and forth. The Flash won't be able to find their opponent as Ghostly finds their counterpart of Xander, maintaining the man advantage for the defenders of Columbia. Still just trying to catch his castle off guard. There's the refrag, but Moon making their way back towards landing. But hey, good job. You got second floor covered. You can start going vertical. No, you don't have your sledge up. You don't have your buck, and up. There's your last defender rotating back down towards the site, which is all the way down on the first floor.
Right, and that's exactly what we're looking at right here. I mean, you see kind of this slow approach, the mute jammer taken out right there as well, and this is where that sledge, by the way, you're missing. You're got to use impact charges here just to open up holes in the floor. It's never really going to be enough. I mean, I like that they're trying to get those angles off the vertical, but I just don't think they're working. Great kill, though, from Star Moon. Waited for their opportunity and now comes in on the Nook. Unfortunately, stuck by another barricade here. The Aruni Electro Gates are really slowing this down. And that, I think, has kind of been the defining factor of the entire round here for Ottawa, is it's just sort of a creeping approach. But with only 2 defenders left, I mean, they've got about 45 seconds here, Binks. They could certainly make a play.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be opposed to them getting really aggressive right onto the site itself. I feel like they're playing a lot more to saying, we have time, we have time, we have time. Don't procrastinate. Why do you think I'm stressing so much trying to meet deadlines on my papers? I procrastinate. It's not the right thing to do. Be active, be proactive, get in there, get your frag, and end the round before your back is up against the wall and you have to act right away. Now, of course, that might pain to what the defenders want, but it's all about how you go for this. And a aggressive push from Living Room will be able to catch the Zofia of DK off guard. Refrag quickly, and finally, the GGs are back in the winning column as they'll be able to eliminate all the defenders with a little time left in the round.
Well, round 6, Columbia's last defensive effort. Considering it's Villa, they really want to go out here on a 4-2, right? Because it's a defensive-sided map, and you need that cushion for when you have to switch sides. So looking at the setup here, I mean, you're doing trophy statuary. You were able to make some good progress here before. I think they have to be a little bit careful about kind of overplaying their hand. Interesting that Oni is showing up again on the Frost. I do wonder if that's hinting at potentially that kind of Frost extension again. I mean, it burned time off the clock. I don't know how overall successful it was because they still lost that round, but it was definitely something that worked. And again, you see that kind of this build up to that retro setup that you're talking about there. That's what this is. Those castle barricades coming out here. You put the shield on the doorway. Usually, I feel like in the olden days, if I remember this hold correctly, you actually kicked a shield out to the left in bathroom.
Yeah, that's correct.
With the castle barricade on that wall, possibly if you wanted it, or on that window, possibly if you wanted it. But that was where the shield play actually came from. And I don't see them necessarily setting up for that per se, though they certainly could if they wanted to. I say that, and Oni's over there, so maybe that is what they're going to be looking at here. Interesting, by the way, to see an Osa coming out from Toga. We haven't seen a lot of Osa play tonight. She was banned on our last map as well. Interesting to see how they're able to work with that, because it's an operator that actually can allow you to achieve a sort of spatial dominance, especially on a site like this where there are multiple windows that have pretty good angles to play off of.
Yeah, I see what you mean there. I don't like this late setup though. You still have reinforcements being played with over 30 seconds into the round. It allows for a Rotaro drone to be able to slip in and do a lot more damage than you obviously would have hoped. And it's swinging all the way around site. Nope, I'm gonna get shot out. Looking for a little bit too much. Should have settled for a little bit smaller piece of utility. Perhaps there, the castle barricade could have been dismantled because you don't have to worry about Jaeger ADSs until you push in. But I'll let that one go. Interesting use of the OSA, as previously mentioned. And I think we're starting to see these variations in actual operator picks, especially on a final round. Seems perfect and great Rotaro placement. There goes the shield. But David is going to be downed. And that looks to be a Frost mat. Wow. You'd think they'd be used to it by now, but I think the Frost mat will always have its position.
Yeah, it will, and I mentioned it. I've seen that one catch people before, and it does it again. But unfortunately, really kind of a non-starter, because Star Moon just walks in, the classic Nook play, and cleans house on the bomb site. That's going to set up the plant. Phil is the only one left. A desperation kill there for Phil to try and keep it together. Also gets David on the swing. 1 versus 3. Diffuser down. Can Phil clutch it out? I doubt it very much. He's played very well across the night, but he cannot find DKXMD. And that will be the final blow there. And it's a 3-3 split. And Ottawa Garnet, they have got to be happy about that.
They really should be. You mentioned previously how defender-sided Villa is. We saw that all the way in the first round with how Columbia was able to maneuver around this map constantly. But I really do wonder how Ottawa is going to change things up. We see them slow on their pick. They know that they're going to go planes in games, but who's playing what? What type of setup are you going for? I like the Malusi pick, because it's going to be able to notify the other defenders of where they're pushing in. It's a better proximity mine. And if you put them in the right spot, forcing the defenders have to, one, use utility on it, or just turn it on in order to catch the defenders. If you put it in positions that they can't in good faith turn to shoot it, it has wonderful additions of slowing down the approach from the attackers. My biggest concern, though, for you, Ottawa, is are they expecting that same aggression that we've seen from Columbia in the past? Their ability to just breeze their way into a site and take it without any force, or just get that quick plant and get out. The problem with planes and games, once you get a plant, there's a very good possibility that you can entirely hold that plant from below and not have any worries.
Yeah, no, you're correct, and playing off of that plant too. I mean, it's my thing about that last round, and I will say as well, I don't know if I want to give, and this sounds harsh, but I also don't know if I want to give Ottawa too much credit. I think that a lot of that was just sort of an individual play. You get the nook in the right place, and suddenly you're just cleaning house, right? Like, and that happens sometimes. I mean, Ottawa played well across the rounds, but that was by far, I think, one of their most decisive performances right there, and it was largely off the back of individual play. That's also been the tenor of the match, I will say. We've seen that happen more than once here tonight, and I think we'll probably keep seeing that happen. Speaking of individual play, Star Moon, the person in question, you want them to make big individual plays here as well. Actually might just sneak back past this window. No, he does not. Phil catches him looking. And that is a not so great start. One of the roamers brought down right there, and that means about sacrificing about half the map realistically in terms of your control. I guess you've still got Xander, the mute, sort of kicked out into a position where they could be a threat, but I just don't know how much they're going to be able to do as this slowly gets eaten up.
Yeah, good time wasting so far. I'm scared for the commitment. There's something that feels off about this round, Corbic. I don't know if it's just a lack of control or a false sense of control that Ottawa has on this site. But if they don't quickly regain this even man count before Columbia gets into position to push all the way up this site, it looks like they are getting set up at vault with no one ready to watch the feet hole, something that could be very readily useful. Smoke turning around, getting towards it, and finally, those Skyros pellets are going to be set up right on the side, ready to go. Flash going out now for the nade into the vault. David to find a kill onto Tranger, working up from red stairs. It's going to be Ghostly ready and waiting to take out Xander. Hole into vault is going to make it almost impossible for those defenders to rotate through, but we have a few different pivot holes, pivot positions to be worked off. David now to fall as the entire site seems to be falling, and those Dokkaebi rings are doing their job, notifying the position of where these defenders are on. Spray from all around. Phil having a huge round, making their way through study, having to find almost every single player of the GGs in this scenario. Great information, great camaraderie from Columbia, and a site that had previously not been won by the attackers. Columbia proved that it is still possible.
Yeah, they did right there. Good round from Columbia. Great start. Strong bomb site. Came out, looked definitive, looked coordinated. It's what they needed to do. Puts Ottawa on a bit of a back foot as well, because you know that they were probably feeling pretty good that they had come out of that with a 3-3. And now they have shifted this back around to where they can basically, take it over the defense. Okay, this is the best side, et cetera, et cetera. Not the case. Columbia proving that wrong, and they're going back to the same bomb site again. And this is where I start to not think this is a good idea, because Trophy Statuary is a perfectly good bomb site. Like, it's a strong bomb site. Even Kitchen is a strong bomb site, even though it would be treated as the tertiary. You do not have to play this bomb site again. Yes, you have a little bit better idea of how Columbia is going to want to play this. You just messed it up, though. I'm going to be very careful about taking this kind of gamble, and it is a gamble.
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, Kitchen's probably one of my favorite sites in the entire game of Rainbow Six. I find that it adds a lot of variation. It gives you vertical play, it gives you horizontal play, it gives you destructive capability to hold a site, it gives you long angles, tight angles, you name it. Kitchen can supply it on both sides. But this is all going to come down to how well of a rotate the Jaeger of a Moon is able to play, how pesky they are able to be to delay the push of Columbia. And we saw Rotero drone being cooked up and sent in. That's going to be blown up in a relatively obscure spot, all because there is a mute jammer just waiting. And this is really eating up a lot of utility from Columbia. This is a gamble, as you mentioned, Corbic, but it looks to be paying off in this early round because Ottawa has a clear idea of how they want to hold and what angles they need to be aware of.
Right, and they've got a pretty good idea of, I think, what they need to do. Starmoon, by the way, playing on opposite side of what they did last time. They definitely don't want to be caught out. In fact, they play off the previous expectations. Xander gets a kill right there, and there's a follow-up there, too, on Oni. Ghostly, though, kind of reasserting on the opposite side. Now Traeger evens it back up. Just a series of back-and-forth gun battles right here. And Xander, I think, definitely feeling the pressure. Swings wide with the SMG-11. Takes a couple of shots. Won't find it. Ghostly trying to play tight here. Living up to the name. Playing that Nook operator. Might actually try for a frag grenade from below. I think that's what they're sort of stacking up for here. And if you were one of these defenders now on the Ottawa side, you're not aware of this, but you should certainly be a little bit afraid of the potential idea. That could be well placed. He's got to adjust it by about an inch, and he finds it. Xander is down, and that is bad news bears for Ottawa.
Okay, keep in mind that there's no point notification for Columbia to know that there's a player down, which means this res is going to be successful. That means another C4 is now available to be used. Now, all these nades being cooked, the final one has been detonated, but you have the Rotero drones that can now be placed. The Kaid of DK, I don't know if they were droned out by these Roteros, but it does create an interesting scenario where they're blowing out the desk. There's no way they misdrone this Kaid, but Ghosty's making their way in, not even looking the way of the Kaid. Just wait for your time to shine. You're going to find the Nook, catch them off guard, start to make your rotate. Careful for that study door. It's exactly where you're expecting. Huge kill from the Kaid of DK. Meanwhile, Traeger is able to find their frag. All is up to Xander as well as DK. 2 C4s in their respective pockets, but they won't need it as the SMG-11 goes brr, and Ottawa gets their first round on defense, evening things back up 4-4, and the gamble paid off.
Yes, it paid off bigly, I think, in that scenario. And again, it is a gamble. Every once in a while, you'll get it right, and they got it right there. Though I will say that was a near run thing, and I think Columbia very nearly managed to turn that one to their favor again. But I mean, keeping in the overall tenor of this match here, Banks, the back and forth remains strong, right? That's what these two teams have been about. They've just been whoom, 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 and it seems that way here on Villa as well. My concern is, I guess not concern, but my thought is it's getting to be a pretty long match. We played a lot of rounds of Siege. These teams are starting to get tired, and something that does sometimes happen in matches that are this close is when there's a break, it's a big break. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Columbia or Ottawa, they'll go up by 2 rounds, and then the other side is just tired, they demoralized, and they'll sort of collapse. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet. But I think that's something that if I was looking at this from the perspective of either of these teams, I think that's be something that I would be a little bit concerned about happening right there. And it's hard to predict when exactly that'll go down. But it is, I think, a worry about these long-term matches.
It's 11:19 Eastern Standard Time on a school night. I don't know where Columbia University is located. I know for Ottawa, they are a 2.5 to 3 hour drive away from where I am. And I can guarantee you that at least one of these students probably has a class in the morning. Not to mention they've had to study or go to a class during the day. These are long, grueling days. The mental break is inevitable. No matter how much you love a game, you have to think to play Rainbow Six, and that will oftentimes affect how well you are able to play. And it's instances like that where you send the Rotero drone in right after through a predictable spot. You have to try to keep your opponent on their toes, and that is so very difficult to do because even as us commentators having to watch over this, we experience the same mental fatigue, but nowhere near the same position as we're not in the driver's seat. We're backseat gaming for all we care, watching over them.
Right. I mean, we are backseat gaming, right?
We really are.
It's the nature of the job. Interesting play, by the way, from Columbia here. Very verticality focused, but from the opposite angle, trading out right there. Ghostly goes down, which is unfortunate because you lose those frag grenades for doing explosions from below, but at least you get the trade out. And you do take out the Azami, which is a good pick because the Kiva barriers, you know, they stack up over time. You won't have access to those anymore. Now you're using Rotero drones to try and, I think, kind of clear a pathway forward here. That's an awkward usage of them. They're not very good at catching players out like that, realistically. Every once in a while, you might succeed at picking somebody off. But, yeah, definitely not their intended purpose. Wow. And there's another good kill. That's the grenade from below. I was talking about that, Binks. That's exactly what you want to see from the attacking side. Here comes G-Sin clocking in as well, and now just 2 defenders left.
This is where you have to start dumping that util, but not to rotate back and say, I'm safe for now, but to get into a better position. That's exactly what Toga is going to do. Second Toxic Bait being tossed out, trying to catch that planter. Jason is going to be safe. Moon, you have to be aware that there is going to be one on the rappel, gets shot from behind. That is going to be the Blackbeard. C4, that's not going to protect you, but all the way down, it does look like the shield did its job. Toga was down. Meanwhile, Phil is going to be able to collect, playing behind desk inside of Astro, and Columbia is going to maintain their lead.
Well, okay, good round for Columbia, but again, a close thing, right? Like that didn't feel super duper decisive. It was a good mid-round shove by Columbia to kind of break this open. But you know, you're looking at 1 or 2 gun battles kind of going the opposite direction, and that still could have been a loss right there. So I don't think we're in a position where we can say that Columbia is setting up a decisively commanding lead. That said, if they pick up round 10, I think, and push this to match point, I think that break thing that I was talking about, that's a legitimate consideration at that point for me there, Binks, because you know, you're on a knife edge if you're on the side of Ottawa in that point in time. You don't have any room for mistakes. You're kind of already sitting a little bit on the knife edge right now, right? Like you really don't want to give Columbia match point. So they're going to have to work awfully hard to figure this out. Looking at the side of Columbia, by the way, I want to point out that they're bringing out Fuse yet again. They're also bringing the Buck to kind of replace the Sledge. So they will have a lot of the kind of like top-down play available to them. And I think of all the bomb sites that we've seen, this is one of the ones where a Fuse can really make the biggest impact. So you look over on the side with Xander and DKXMD. Xander in particular, he's the only one with a nitro cell. I realize DKXMD is playing a smoke. That could be a bit of a yikes, actually. I don't know if they have enough to handle the Fuse up above.
I don't know either. It's an interesting predicament, to say the least. I think it's going to come down to the time management of Columbia. As much as Ottawa are the defenders, Columbia has the round in their hands, and it all comes down to how they will gather information and what they will do with it. Oni being lit up so very much, but not taken out, that is very influential for the side of Columbia, because you're able to keep tracking down these roamers. And the pulse! Why are you upstairs? You have your C4 capabilities. You should be down below collecting that information, because now you have no way to deny this vertical assault that is at this point inevitable from the side of Columbia.
Oh, that's a good kill there from Star Moon, but he can't finish it off. Trigger caught on the other side, though, by DKXMD. And just like we've been seeing all night long, Columbia comes out swinging one round and then drops on the next. Ottawa picking up all the biggest hits on this one so far. And they'll start now trying to work on some of this verticality. They'll finally get these holes open, but you still have actually the piece that's really important here, which I think is that Fuse and your Buck. So you can make things happen from this position, and Jason's going to try and do exactly that. It's not a bad Fuse charge. Unfortunately, there's no one in the area, and now you're playing kind of a game with Spotsies. And I'll also add, Xander is gone, so you cannot rely on the pulse. You know what? Actually, Binks, this is really reminding me of some of the site that we saw Fuse played on Border, where the members of Ottawa just kind of peeled off from the bomb site and let Fuse do his thing and then sort of collapsed back onto it in the meantime.
Yeah, it's a really good way to play it, and sometimes playing a retake on Kitchen does pay for the defenders because you're able to rotate the way you need. These nades from the side of Columbia have been spot on, catching every defender off guard. The moment they think they're going to be okay, no, you have another nade cooking in. Those ADSs are not saving them. Now giving the man advantage to Columbia. Plant will go down in the default spot. You can even watch that from up above potentially. Spray from Ghostly is going to be able to find Toga all up to Moon, who's making their way in through Memorial. Spraying is able to find one. There goes Ghostly. They're relegated to the bench for the rest around. They'll locate the diffuser, which has been planted inside default. Next to Record Player as well as Bookshelf. Looking up above, they know they have to contend with the fuse, but here's the flank. Flash gets traced up. Moon, completely blind, is going to try to still swing, deter the attackers for just a little bit longer. They don't know where it is. They're going to have to try to stick Spike for at least a second. 3, 2, 1. Phil is there, pushing up into dining. Then that means that Columbia goes to match point, and for the first time, it feels, in a very long time, there is a 2-round differential.
Well, now we see if my thinking is correct. Is this the break here for Ottawa? Are they able to claw back into this? They've played very well this evening. They have repeatedly demonstrated a capacity for making very impressive plays in high pressure situations. They could definitely do so here again. And certainly they're playing on the primary bomb site. This is good news for them, right? But I don't know. I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can come back from the 2-gap differential.
Yeah, it seems like it's so late that words are mending together like a spike planted in the ground, but you never know. All these franchises blending together. What I see from Ottawa is potential. This is the site they've lost and won, adapted and overcame. Are they going to be able to do it again? And I think it's going to come down to their control of study. We saw the late round reintroduction of DK holding it, and the first time that they lost it, we had, I want to say that it was G-Sin or Ghostly who managed to push their way into study late round and completely close off any hope that Ottawa had of taking the round. If they play to that, we're going to have a very different type of round. But this could be the very last of this series. Ottawa has their back against the wall, and it's all about how they play to it and how they play together. Communication is key.
Yeah, communication is key. I agree. And I mean, if you're on the side of Columbia, right, we talked a bit about the perspective of Ottawa here, but if you're on the side of Columbia, you're tasting victory right now, right? Like you're like, okay, this is well within our capability. Like it's time to get a W. And you certainly have the tools to do that. I mean, this is good, solid Ratero play right there. That's a bad thing to have happen, though. Oni gets shellacked walking into the lower floor. And that's bad news bears indeed. Phil, I think, might be in a similar kind of difficult situation. I'm not sure he realizes that there's a defender casing the staircase. He's certainly trying to find a kill, and he's looking in that genuine area, but he's not able to make it happen. 2 minutes now about in the round, 1 minute in, and another member of Columbia is down. It's Ghostly who gets hit that time, and Ottawa, I think, starting to stage a bit of a stand here. They still haven't accounted for the fact that Xander's on the roam either. That's the other thing. It's such a unidirectional attack here from the Columbia side that there's reinforcements available for Ottawa that can rotate their way back to the bomb site here. Fortunately, they're able to get Ghostly up on the side of Columbia, and Traeger now will deal with Xander. And he's going to try and pick off that second defender as well. I believe that's Star Moon who's over in that area.
Yeah, I like that this is spread out. We have a whole bunch of different micro battles, but the entire round, which you could classify of the war, is not won yet. This is strategic, moving your pieces. You have to try to find that opening pick. If you're on Columbia, you're looking for that way in because you have Ghostly who just needs to keep using their util, which is endless util, might I add, with the Iona replicator. Meanwhile, Tracer gets their frag. That will open things up. David to get the refrag onto Ghostly. That was the member you were expecting to die. Trigger taking a detrimental amount of reset to their health. Finally, they will go down. Toxic canister being smoked out. Phil gets the kill into David. Oh, left up to Toga, stuck inside the vault. One player down, only one left. It is Phil, and they'll win that one out. What a huge round for Columbia, taking it the entire distance, but Ottawa inevitably hitting that break from the unrelenting assaults.
Wow. What a match, honestly, Vince. Good stuff all across. For what it's worth, I don't actually think that was Ottawa breaking apart right there. I think that was just a particularly well played round by Columbia that still felt very close up until the bitter end. Great game by these two teams. I mean, it's almost kind of sad, and I hate to say it because it sounds so cliche, but it's so sad to see somebody lose. Because that's one of these ones where you feel like both teams were very deserving of a W here tonight. They put up a heck of a good job on both sides, and yeah, genuinely enjoyable. Good match.
Yeah, we saw the adaptations from Ottawa to account for those quick rushes that we saw all the way back in the first round of Cafe. It's a real wonder, and I think when I said break, I meant more of a break apart of the setup on the site, not the break of Ottawa, because had we seen another round, I would not count them out. The fact that we see almost every single one of these rounds, I think we can count. I think we only had 1 or 2 flawless rounds within this entire series, because each one of these teams would always bring it down to that 1v1, and at the end of the day, it was Columbia that was able to continuously win those ones out. And when I say continuously, I mean at the very, very end. And that is what gave them the win. And I'm very happy with both these teams. And I'm really looking forward to see where they go, because according to their records, on the side of Columbia, they are 1-2, so they have now equaled their record to 2-2. Meanwhile, Ottawa's record is going to drop to 1-2 because they received a week to bye. So really interesting to see, and they have both experienced a loss to Ohio State, which is looking to be a higher contender in this division. But I like what these two teams have going for them, and I think there is a lot of potential.
Oh, there definitely is. 2 names to watch out for. They are a very entertaining, closely matched game of Siege here for you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. And my thanks, of course, to my fellow caster here, Binks, and to our production staff and our tournament organizers for making it all happen. We hope you enjoyed this broadcast of Rainbow Six Siege Esports here on NECC. We'll be back, obviously, next week. Same time, same place, similar time. But for now, from all of us here at the NECC, thank you so much for watching, and have a wonderful evening.